Recording in progress.
Okay. Good evening. Is this on?
Yeah, I think so.
Good evening. Welcome to the August 7th meeting of the Conservation Commission. We have a number of obviously important items today, as you can see from the crowd. So we ask that you cooperate with us, and we'll move along. Our first order of business is with Jan Butler from the Yarmouth Seaside Festival Committee, post fireworks and pollution control plan for the Seaside Festival at Seagull Beach in October. You could introduce yourself and go from
Jan
there.
Butler, founder chair of the Yarmouth Seaside Festival.
Could you tell us what you're here for and what your proposal is?
Okay, for the past 2 years, we have had the first issues with the Yarmouth Seaside Festival fireworks. We have put them on for 45 years without any issues at all whatsoever. 2 years ago, our fireworks always go off at 8 o'clock, and I got a call that they had to go off a half hour early because there was an astronomical high tide, and there was a wind pushing the water up on the beach, and we were going to lose $40,000 worth of fireworks. So they decided to set them off before we lost the show. What happened was the tide came in, they cleaned up what they could, and the next day, there was some debris on the beach. Because this had never happened in the past, I never even gave it a thought to check the beach. And I will take full responsibility. I was in the process of finishing up the 3-day festival events, and it never crossed my mind. Last year, we did have an issue because shortly after the display was shot, there was a full high tide. And the shells did not have time to disintegrate, and so the tide brought the shells on the beach. When I got a call that there was a mess at the beach from the fireworks, I personally went down and walked the beach and picked up every piece of fireworks display that I could. And I did notice that there were these little pieces of plastic ribbon, and some were pink and some were yellow. So we picked those up. And so to alleviate any issues for this year, we have gone to great lengths to try and rectify our mistakes, to protect our wetlands and our beaches. We do not want to hurt anything, but we really would love to have this tradition continue. So to address these issues, we have discussed the plastic ribbon issue with our pyrotechnic company, and they have indicated that only a small number of the shells that they use have the plastic pieces, and that they would manually remove those plastic ribbons on those shells before they're used. So that will alleviate any plastic ribbons on the beach. The pyrotechnics will be responsible for cleaning up their area, which is usual, before they leave the site. Yarmouth Fire Department assists. Their truck is there with their spotlight, and they stay there until all the fireworks equipment has been removed from the beach, and they go back at first light to check to make sure that the beach is cleaned and there are no residual effects of our show. We did request permission to use the DPW beach cleanup because we figured that they had the most experience in that process. But due to the holiday, there could be a staffing issue. So rather than depend on that, the might or might not, we have made arrangements with Eric Cooper Landscaping, and he has agreed to be on the beach with his crew the next morning and manually walk the beach to pick up all firework display debris. If by any chance we had to use our rain date, Eric Cooper is prepared to go on Tuesday as opposed to the Monday after the fireworks show. We are hoping that the DPW Beach Creek crew would be available to clean up the regular three-day holiday issues from beachgoers on Tuesday, because they would be back at work. But we will take full responsibility to make sure that everything is cleaned up from our debris on Monday after the festival, after the fireworks show. Other than that, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will do the very best I can. The fireworks has been a tradition for, 46 years. And it's an integral part of the festival, and we certainly don't want to hurt our wetlands in any way or our beaches. And are prepared to work with you to make sure that everything is safe.
Questions from the commission?
Question, you keep talking about the firework debris. How about the debris from all the people who are attending the fireworks? Is that part of
Well, I don't,
environment for you people to, because they said there was tons of trash left. That's how it was written up. It
Well,
wasn't
you
just
have-
a couple of pieces of ribbon.
we have meant, there weren't tons that I know of fireworks debris. I don't know that the festival committee, we're a volunteer committee of 12 citizens. We raised the money, we put this on. It cost over $111,000 last year. And it's a free event for everyone in this town, and it has been a gift to this town. Our businesses make money off of it, our local vendors make money, our crafters make money, and it's a town community event. And if you have a Memorial Day weekend, who cleans it up? If you have a 4th of July weekend, who cleans up the beach? But because I have fireworks one night, I'm responsible for the whole town beach cleanup? That doesn't seem fair.
I love your fireworks. I love your Seaside Festival. It's one of my happiest days. But the town cleans up their beaches each day at the end of the day, don't they? Of their regular debris. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well,
But it's happened 2 years in a row. And the amount of, what they complained about, the amount of trash, that's all.
well, the first year, that was our era. This time, we did go and clean up our festival debris, our fireworks debris. I didn't see any trash from the beach of festival goers. I mean, people go down there around 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. There's no food available. We have the fireworks, it goes off for about 20 minutes, and then they leave. So after a 3-day long weekend, would the festival be responsible for cleaning the entire beach and pay for that?
I do want to say that I walk Seagull Beach 3 to 4 times a week. And I picked up easily 4 or 5 trash bags worth of cardboard, plastic, and not ribbons, but one other item. So even if you did pick it up, there are pieces this big and plastic this big, and where do they go at high tide? They go back into the ocean.
Right.
So I'm a little bothered by the fact that you say you picked up ribbons, but there was much more than that. I literally picked up 5 white
Oh, I
trash
did as
bags.
well. It's a
You couldn't have done
coconut,
it the next day, because I was there the next day and the next day and the next day picking it up. My wife was with me, and.
Brittany
let-
can
let me
contest
finish,
that I
please.
was there.
Let me finish, please. I picked up the debris. It was cardboard, plastic, and metal, littering from the jetty down towards the first or second lifeguard station.
Right.
Where they let them
Right.
go. My question always is, okay, so that's what's on the beach. What's in the ocean?
well, there was no metal from our fireworks.
Well, there was a lot of metal there, and there was no metal in the rest of the beach. So there has to be metal from someplace with the fireworks.
Well, I will check into that fact.
But my fear is what goes into the ocean. What plastic, what cardboard, and let's just leave those 2 things and forget the metal, even though I...
Plastic is going to be eliminated, and
How's the plastic being eliminated?
they are manually going to take them off. the shells.
You're talking about ribbons.
It's a plastic ribbon that's attached to the shell.
I saw more than a few ribbons or plastic. There was plastic
Because last
strewn
year, we
everywhere.
didn't know that they were there.
Well, that's
Because
my
I walked
fear.
the beach last year and I did pick up trash bags full.
Well, I wasn't the only one who picked it up. I know Brittany was over there looking too.
I was with Brittany.
Other questions? Yes.
I understand that, that we'll be requiring a sign pollution control plan, and I have in front of me a letter from you, and I just want to make sure that this is not what you consider a pollution control plan. It's dated August 7th. You basically do a narrative of what happened and sort of path forward. I don't believe this is a control plan that we wish for that would have.
That's correct. Just because you have a narrative there and you list some options, I am going to request that you sign a piece of paper with your actual plan for the commission to approve, because you have some options in this that we're not quite sure from this piece of paper what you're actually going to do. So that's what we will be recommending.
Okay, thank you. I didn't think this constituted.
It sounds like the pollution control plan will consist of removal of the plastic pieces and hiring, and you did hire Cooper Landscaping
Yes.
to come out, and we'll just need to know how many people and when they'll be going out to the beach to do the cleanup, if you're proposing the night of or the morning after or both.
Whether DPW is.
It can't be
involved.
done at night. It's pitch black out. So in order to clean the beach, the pyrotechnics clean their area. And they get everything that they have there in their area. But, I mean, I can have people walk the beach in the dark to clean the beach. So Eric Cooper has agreed that he would be there first thing, have his crews there first thing in the morning.
Anybody else on the commission, Paul?
Yeah, thank you for all the years you've done this festival. The fireworks are a problem, okay? I wondered, have you considered any other locations? Are there any possible locations besides firing these things off over the water?
We have. There is no other location this year, especially this year, with the drought that we've had this summer, the water restrictions. It was kind of suggested to me that, well, how about Matakees? Matakees is a tinderbox. There are solar panels out in the back, and it's surrounded by homes. I'm not interested in having a fire.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. Thank you. I am, though, concerned, not so much, I know things can be cleaned up off the beach, but as David said, stuff goes out in the water. And this is a problem not only for this situation, but, kind of worldwide. There's so much plastic, and this is just going to contribute to it.
Well, the plastic, if it could be removed from the shelves, then that will not be an issue
Yeah,
this
I don't
year.
know enough about the
It has
construction.
been in the past. Last year was the first time I ever noticed the plastic. And so, as I said, I addressed it with the fireworks company, and they said they would manually remove the plastic before they shot any shells.
So they were able to take a piece of
They
plastic
can
off
cut that
and still
plastic right
fire
off.
the thing off?
Yes. It's
And-
like a
and then-
label or something that they,
Yeah, and then nothing, if it explodes over the water, nothing will go down into the water.
no,
Plastic, nothing.
it's a biodegradable shell.
Yeah,
It looks like a coconut shell. And that, because the tide came in so quickly last year, it washed the shells
I
back
get it,
up before they had time to decompose.
yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. Based on kind of what you've told us, it sounds like the last 2 years have had an issue with high tides. And so I'm wondering if you've looked to see
I
if there
have-
will be a
I
high tide.
have checked the tides.
Are they in your
and-
favor?
Pardon?
Will they be in your favor this year?
They will be, because there will be a whole tidal cycle before the morning light. So that means we've had a high tide and a low tide, so it brought it in, it took it out, it did whatever it has to do.
What tide will it be when you set the fireworks off?
I believe there is a full tide at 5:44,
High tide.
high tide.
So then another
So
one
it'll
will
wash
be
it
at
out,
5
and then it'll-
a.m. So will Eric Cooper Landscape be out there before 5 a.m.?
Probably not. I
So
mean,
then we're still dealing with another high tide, potentially bringing in more of the fireworks.
well, they will be on the beach. If the tide is coming in, they will be on the beach to take care of that.
What do you mean by that? Who will be on the
You
beach?
said that they decompose
Landscaping.
in the water.
After the high tide, I think,
You said last year that they normally decompose in the water and that because of the high tide coming in so quickly, they didn't have a chance to, so.
Yes, it was like 2 hours after the show. So what landed in the water just quickly got washed up on the beach, and then it receded.
Plan is for most of this debris to disintegrate in our waters.
I'm sorry?
Most of the debris from the fireworks is just going to disintegrate and be left in
It
our waters.
decomposes, yes. And just so that you know, August 31st, Dennis is lighting off fireworks at West Dennis Beach.
We're not talking
And
about that.
Hyannis is lighting off at Lewis Bay. So we're surrounded.
Does it?
Well, I appreciate your concern and trying to be over the board, more than, trying to take care of the problems that we've had in the past, and that the town appreciates your work. And I think that communication seems to be the biggest problem here, that you're coming to us with a more detailed plan with tide, with Cooper, what Cooper's going to do, and so forth. And I think that timing is critical,
It is.
and that we'd also like to know something more of what DPW does in relationship to the regular beach cleanup. So I think that it's also communication during the event or surrounding the event, and more detailed information and everybody agreeing on the ground how things are and what's happening. I know that's a strain on yourselves because you're a small group, but I think that's important. So I'd like to see more of that kind of listing of when you're going to talk to Brittany and everybody else. That's pretty much my.
Meaning, what type of conversation do you need? During the event?
Before, maybe during, if things aren't going well, afterwards, if, what the cleanup is and whether it meets everybody's standards.
Okay.
I'm not sure, and the commission can agree or disagree, but I'm not sure we're ready to approve this until we have a written agreement from you of what you expect to do in detail, and then we can look at that.
I just, I'd have to ask one more question.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. You mentioned the DPW, and you mentioned the fact that evidently DPW is not, the guys aren't working, or people aren't working on that
Because it's a
Monday.
holiday.
Yeah, and then you referenced also Fourth of July and Memorial Day. Does and you said, it gave me the impression that DPW does help with cleanup on those days?
I have no idea who cleans up the
So
beaches.
that leads right to my question. What kind of conversations to date have you had with DPW or anybody else in the town, for example, any select board members or anything, about this whole, about the firework difficulty with debris and so on and so forth?
I've spoken with a selectman, I've spoken with the fire department, I've spoken with the DPW. I'm trying to work the best we can.
I know you are.
For everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, I love this town, I love our wetlands. I'm a native. So I have protected the beach my whole life. I certainly don't want to do anything to destroy it.
Of course not.
But it's still very nice for the community to have a celebration, and they absolutely love the fireworks. And it just seems that if the other towns surrounding us can do it,
We're focused on our town, and
Well,
it
if the other
seems-
towns they have to be facing the same difficulties. And you know that this board is all about protecting
Yes,
the environment.
and I get that, and I
adhering to
appreciate
the
that.
Wetland Protection Act. And so some things are kind of out of our hands in terms of what we have to consider.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Jack.
The towns are different. They have different bylaws, and so that's an issue you have to confront all the time. I think that if we could get more information on what the company, fireworks company is calling natural, what it decomposes, what are the contents, and how have they proven that it does in fact provide no harm.
Okay.
So I'd like to see that.
I will try to get that to you. There is a time constraint here. It takes 1 month to get a state fireworks permit. I have not contracted with my fireworks company as yet, because I don't know what your response is going to be. So if in fact this can happen in sort of a quick time frame, that would be appreciated,
Absolutely.
because it's getting very close.
Well, anybody, my wish is to see an agreement and then come back here on August 21st, which still would give you a month and a half.
Could you give me a guideline of what it is that you are looking for from us?
Yes, we're looking for additional details on the firework composition, timing for the tide, details of the cleanup, including the number of people, how long they're going to be cleaning, time of day. And it does not sound like any alternatives for entertainment were discussed between you and the Seaside Committee, but from the response from this
It has been
board.
discussed, and we just felt that it just is not, there isn't a field large enough to handle the crowds.
Alternative location. I'm just putting out there into the world that maybe it's time to consider alternative entertainment strategies such as laser shows or drone shows. If fireworks continue to be an issue with cleanup and you don't want to spend money on cleanup for the fireworks in addition to the fireworks, perhaps it might be time to expand the ideas there. But
Okay.
so I'm happy to send you a list, but I think the commission mentioned firework composition, timing, tide details, and more intense details on the cleanup itself, including the number of crew members for Cooper
I
Landscaping.
mean, I don't know what Eric Cooper's crew is, and, I mean, they will walk the beach manually and clean the beach, whether it takes an hour or 2 hours. That may be difficult for me to get from Eric Cooper at this point.
Do you have volunteers who will be there the next morning also?
I do not. I do not. The festival is still going on, so the committee volunteers are busy running the festival, and we also have to tear down everything on that field on Monday morning. If I can get volunteers from the town, absolutely. My concern was, we've always had Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts pitch in to help and do these things. If in fact there was a rain date and we had to set the fireworks off on Monday as opposed to Sunday, the kids are in school. So we figured it was better for us to hire a landscaping crew knowing that they would be there.
Go ahead.
May I make a motion if possible? Yeah, I think, I just move that we postpone a decision until you have like 3 weeks? You've thrown out so many different ideas, but within 3 weeks.
It'll be
what we would
August
need-
21st.
Yeah, we need what we call a sign pollution control plan, simply specifying the number of people, doing the cleanup for a certain time frame for both the night of and the day after. Who's gonna clean it up? That's what we're asking for. And what, the time frame and how many people and who it will be. We definitely need to see that. It just sounds like you have too many options, and we're gonna end up where we probably were last year.
No,
So I move that we postpone until we receive this pollution control plan. That's my motion.
And the date would be August 21st, which would be our next meeting.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. So we have it on the floor, motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Unanimous.
that's playing it very close on our end.
Well, we've been here all year. That's all I can say. We meet twice a month, every month, except for one holiday. And next year, I suggest if there are any issues, you start in February or March. And then you won't be running against this backdrop.
It looks like there probably won't be a festival next year, but whenever.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Nothing for me to sign, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, our next is the continued notice of intent, SE 832477, Horsley Witten Group for the Town of Yarmouth, 220 South Street, Smugglers Beach, South Middle Beach, and Juden Way. Proposed beach management, including path maintenance, raking, and sand fencing on a coastal beach and land subject to coastal storm flowage. Please introduce yourself and
Go ahead, Ruby.
Sure, my name is Roby Whitehouse. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director supervising the Park Division on this maintenance plan.
Hi, Amy Ball, Senior Ecologist with the Horsley Witten Group. I realize you just got these plans this evening. I'd like to do a high-level overview of what we've done since we last met with you on July 3rd, today's the 7th. We just got all of our comments and conditions back from Natural Heritage, and we wanted to make sure we folded all of these into the plans themselves. I have a handful of points. I'm going to go over it lightly. The edits that we've made since you last saw them are in blue font. The red font is the comments and responses that we had from the last round of Natural Heritage comments. So in large part, this is all addressing their conditions regarding the presence of a shorebird monitor during certain activities, specifically during the period between April 1st and April 1st and August 31st. The first point that I would make is on the beach maintenance. At your last hearing, the commission had suggested that we would have an annual pre-season meeting with Conservation and DPW before the cleanup activities would occur. So we included that as just a statement in there. We have clarified that one of the commission members had asked us to please clarify the proactive versus reactive measures on the beach. We believe we did that in terms of discussing the preseason versus during the season. There is some overlap between what is proactive, meaning getting ready for the season, and what is reactive, addressing conditions that may occur throughout the season, largely, I would say, due to, storm events that may wash seaweed and marine debris up onto the beach, and also, potentially bringing in sand over the access points. We, as I mentioned, have incorporated all of Natural Heritage's conditions. They were included with our original beach management plan. We have just added additional language in various locations to mimic what they have said, which is basically anything between April 1st and August 31st. We would need to have a shorebird monitor, an approved shorebird monitor on site overseeing the activities, particularly if there are nesting plovers, which is the only species we have out there right now, but in the event that also terns, which are also state-listed species, were to begin nesting on any of these 3 beaches. We have, as a result of that, also updated the figures, both for Smugglers Beach and for South Middle Beach and Juden Way. The updates to those include, hopefully you can see them, the areas where beach grass may be planted in and around the pathway entrances, and specifically on the 2 access ways for Juden Way and South Middle Beach, showing the Moby mats, which are only at those 2 beaches. I think we had misspoken last time and thought that there was one at Smugglers Beach, and there is not. The Moby mats are about 100 feet long, and so we've added a notation and a show where the Moby mats are approximately. And then, let's see here. The Moby mats. We also are responding to a request from the commission at our last hearing about having a disposal strategy before. It simply said that we would develop one. We have developed one in conjunction with DPW, and noting where the materials would be raked, where they would be temporarily stockpiled, how they would be handled. In other words, separating out actual, human trash, like bottles, pieces of fishing wire, whatever, cans, tabs, things that wash up with the marine debris, from the actual organic materials, the seaweed, shells, that sort of thing. And having a disposal location for each of those, noting that you also have to adhere to the DP-approved plan for the transfer station and what we call the disposal area, right, for the organic material. We also clarified who at the town of Yarmouth is responsible for sort of enforcement of all of these rules, and that is a combination of the DPW, the Department of Natural Resources, and of course, Conservation. And then finally, again, noting that Natural Heritage had quite a bit of very specific conditions that they imposed upon the project. We have included a copy of their conditional letter of approval as an attachment to this document, with a note that that is valid for a period of 5 years from the date of issuance, which would expire on July 31st, 2030. And they would request that you could come back to them, they say in advance of, I may use the 30 days as you would for an extension from Conservation. And you are allowed to get another 5 years of approval from Natural Heritage under this existing set of conditions. And after that second 5-year period, then you would have to go back to Natural Heritage for another, full review of the beach management plan. And then ultimately, the plans will be cleaned up. It'll be all in like black and white font. And I think it would be important to have those dates on the front for DPW to know when it is time to go back and revisit the permits, knowing that if the Conservation Commission issues an order of conditions for this, that would expire in 3 years with the option to renew potentially up to 3 additional years, so that those dates are right there in the front and it's not overlooked by the DPW. And I think that is all. I am certainly happy to answer questions from the commission.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? It's a lot to digest in a couple minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for revising these reports and all. And there might be an obvious answer to this question, but in order to keep sort of, for lack of a better word, the equilibrium of the dunes, in both reports you say that to maintain the access points, the accumulated sand will be removed using a front-end loader, skid scale, or excavator, and all care will be taken, blah, blah, blah. Where are you going to put it? Do you have that in here somewhere and I'm missing it?
I don't think we did address where that gets put.
That's an
assume
excellent
it's back on the beach.
They
but-
do spread
That is
it,
my
yeah.
Right, Brittany?
I thought I saw it. Maybe it's just because I know where you put it.
Back on the beach. I would not remove it.
The intention is that they spread it back onto the beach surface in the nearest location of the end of the path. But they can certainly add that if it's not in there. I can add it as a special condition, so you don't need to put it in there if that's
Although it
easier.
actually would make, I don't mean to speak out of turn, but it would make sense for all of the conditions that the commission imposes upon this to also be in the plan.
Okay.
It's kind of like not having stuff on the, the
Yeah.
plans, and then the contractor goes out and says, well, it wasn't on the plan. So,
Anybody else, questions?
I have more of a comment. I do appreciate you addressing all of the concerns that we had. Receiving the revised documents 5 minutes before the start of the meeting
understand.
does not give us enough time to review the changes. So I'm a little bummed that we kind of have to take your word for it, but I will be reading through it more thoroughly after today.
Understood. We did just get this, the comments back from
On the
Natural Heritage,
31st.
like,
Yes.
well, like at 6 or 7 o'clock at night. And then Roby won't be here on the 21st, so we wanted to make sure we got this and had a chance to share this with the commission, at least verbally.
Understood.
Thank you.
Anybody else, comments? Anybody feel that we're not ready to vote for this? Or
I am not ready to vote for
not
this.
ready? Jack,
I am.
I am.
you are? You are?
No, I think I'd go along with Bradford, but if we just got this, yeah.
All right. Well, if I hear a motion, then we can see whether it passes or
Well,
not.
I mean, just ask Ellie her opinion, because it's not something you would deny. So just, Ellie, would you be open to voting or continuing so that we know where our quorum is?
I would vote to approve it with the conditions, trusting that the blue, that you incorporated the rules and regs as you list here in the Department of Fisheries, et cetera. There's a trust factor involved, as my colleague says, but I think we should move forward with the conditions.
I can put you at ease if you'd like to just be able to review. We do have 21 days to issue. If they get their revisions back, you still can review it before I issue it, if that's amenable. If we're feeling that they did incorporate everything we talked about, we just didn't have a chance to see the final product. We have 21 days from today if we vote to issue it, so you can still have a chance to review the final.
Okay.
Does that put you at ease? Nevertheless?
And
I'm always at ease.
sorry, as I mentioned,
Yeah.
if you have conditions that you want to include in your order of conditions, I think one of them may be to finalize this, incorporating any conditions and any additional comments as a condition of the approval. So that way, nothing would be overlooked. If there is typos, or if there's something you'd like to have clarified, then we can
More
incorporate that in the
specifically,
final.
I mentioned this last time, but I don't understand the difference between proactive and reactive management practices. I'm sure you've explained it in here, but until I have a better understanding of that, I don't feel comfortable voting on this. So
And it is generally, I know you're going on vacation, and that's the only reason we're here tonight, but generally revised plans are due 1 week prior to the hearing.
yes.
Oh, I'm at a loss. Should we go ahead and vote and with the idea that we have 21 days to, if we can make changes if there are issues?
The conditions, yeah.
So, do I hear a
Vote, you can vote in the affirmative, and then there's still opportunity to change things if it's discovered that we have additional questions or.
If there were things that were previously discussed that they didn't include, we won't be able to ask new questions.
What?
If we are only able to address any issues with the special conditions if we have previously discussed it and they just forgot to add it back in, that will be able to be remedied, but no new questions can be asked as if we vote to issue.
So if there's an error,
Yes.
we can correct the error. If there's something you're not clear, you don't think it's clear enough, we can ask them to clarify it more.
I'd like to hear comments from the audience.
Yeah, I couldn't get to that, but I just wanted to make sure we're all in the same place, but thank you. So rookie. Anybody in the audience want to comment on this?
Can we open a window?
The air conditioning's not on.
I don't know, I've never,
We'll check it out. Anybody online on Zoom? Raise your hands. Okay, seeing none on either. Do I hear a motion to accept with special conditions and the idea that we can review?
I'll do that.
Jack? Anybody second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Let's wait till Brittany gets back.
Oh, it worked. Feel that?
Good, you're a miracle worker. So we had Jack
Good job.
make the motion
did we motion to continue or to issue?
to issue.
Okay.
So we have Jack and Ellie seconded.
Okay.
Okay. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, it's unanimous.
I will abstain.
You'll abstain. Okay, Bradford's abstains. So if we can get this in a more timely fashion, that would be very helpful. And go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I was just going to shut that on my way out.
That one I have to sign, right?
Please.
Okay. Bradley does not sign it?
Bradford does not sign.
Bradford, you do not sign. Okay. Next order of business is a request for determination of applicability. All Cape Septic and Survey for Stacy Veluzzo at 25 Deerfield Road. Proposed seasonal deck on coastal beach, velocity flood zone, and national heritage habitat. You would introduce yourself and tell us your project. I'd appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm Michael O'Coin with All Cape Septic and Survey, and I'm here before you this evening on 25 Deerfield Road. They had been doing some previous things to the building, which they went through the permit process. But at this point, they wanted to replace a deck and enlarge that deck and add a gazebo. And as you know, they're in a flood zone and the priority habitat accordingly. And I'm here before you to try to answer any questions that you may have on it. The structure would be on sonotubes. It won't be a full foundation. Basically, there was an existing deck there. They are increasing the square footage of approximately 700 square feet from what they had existing. Though at the time, when we did go out there, the existing deck was removed, though we did have a sonotube layout, and according to the assessors, we kind of verified the existing deck that had been there. We proposed to basically, if there is debris, to move it to that northwest section to get it out of the driveway as quickly as possible. And everything will be attached to drainage for all the gutters and rain spouts. And I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Anybody have any questions?
No.
No.
No, I was out there and it looks fine.
Anybody else? No? Do I hear a
Hey,
motion?
wait, David,
Oh, I'm
just a
sorry.
clarification. The description on the agenda was copied from another one by accident. This is outside of all resource areas except the flood zone.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
I don't know what happened there. And this tree is going to be retained.
Yes, it is.
And when we're on site, the grading from the septic looked like it was right on that corner stake for the deck. It's not too close to the septic system.
It is not. It was
Okay.
degrading more.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Anybody in the audience have any comments on this? Anybody on Zoom? I see none. Can I hear a motion to accept as a -2?
So moved.
Bradford, second by Paul. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, sign this one. The next order of business is a request for determination of applicability from the Cape Cod Engineering Incorporated for Cynthia Richards, Great Island Road Bridge, proposed bridge repairs including sealing cracks, replacing chinking stones and timber shims, and land under the ocean, land containing shellfish and salt marsh. Can you introduce yourself and let us know what's going on?
Thank you very much. I'm Bob Perry, Cape Cod Engineering. Craig Fleming, the general manager, is here tonight of Great Island, and Cynthia Richards, who signed on as applicant. She's the board chair for the Great Island Board. We're here with a request for determination to address some fairly minor work. The advertisement stated some things that won't be done, and that was just refined as the organization decided what to do and what not to do. So the shim replacement's not part of the program. There's no specific location that would appear on, say, a new plan. So the Chapter 91 licensing plan that shows cross-sections, the plan view, the location of the work is filed with the RDA, as is a work description. Several days ago, I was able to meet with Robert Hour's crew that did begin this work, and I was interested in the protocol. And the reason I was most interested in that is Brittany reached out to me about a week ago looking for more detail. And I think the primary reason for the detail is that the first effort had utilized a method of sort of a portable cofferdam to keep water away from the bridge abutment so they could extend the work period beyond low tide. That's not on the table any longer. And the Robert Hour crew has explained that their work is going to be limited to 1 hour before, during, and 1 hour after low tide. And this work is limited to preventative maintenance, just going through the abutment carefully and troweling in mortar from handheld buckets into cracks and interstitial spaces where mortar would be advised. And it's certainly not everywhere, and it's certainly not an extraordinary amount of work. It's basically looking for cracks and some chinking stone replacement in the revetment, which is also hand work. So there's no machinery. It's 2, possibly 3 workmen in waders working several hours a day for several days. And that is the work that's described in our RDA. I confirmed that by speaking to the foreman, and I sent that in an email. I'm hoping you got it. So that's really what we're addressing here tonight. And there's no alteration of resource area. It's work that's taking place in the resource area, but it's footwork, and the activity alteration, if anything, is just mortar being applied to strategic locations. Thank you.
Do you have any questions? I have one comment, and not a question. We were out there when people were doing work without a permit. And I have to say, I was really surprised that, considering all the work we've done with the Great Island group, that they would try to fix a bridge without talking to Brittany first. And I'm hoping in the future that we don't have any of that. Whether it's a bridge, I mean, if it's near the water, you have to talk to Brittany and maybe get a permit. And I really, considering how many times you've been in front of this commission, I'm really surprised I have to say that. Anybody else? Yes.
I'd agree with your comment. Also, I'm just curious as what the mortar, how soon it dries, what type of it is, if it gets tide water on it, what's the impact?
It would set up relatively quickly. It's never going to be a perfect circumstance. Mortar that's saturated immediately with salt water probably has a less strength, especially on the surface, but no one's looking for perfection here. It would probably result in low-strength concrete, but it's of the handwork level, and I believe that the goal of simply trying to reduce ice damage and ice freezing action in certain locations on that abutment, that will be satisfied. But otherwise, it's never going to be a perfect circumstance. No one's looking for high-strength mortar, even though if you mix it right with the proper water-cement ratio, you're going to get great mortar. And that's all we're asking, is to start with a good mix, and if the tide inundates it, then you have you have that surface of that mix is just going to have to be sacrificed.
But my point was, what goes back, gets dissolved
What gets dissolved?
and goes back into the water from the mortar.
Minor amounts of lime and the other constituents of concrete that are, in my opinion, they're natural. And it's a very minor dissolution. It's probable, if you've ever worked with mortar, I'm sure you have, it sets up pretty fast. You're going to get a little bit of superficial dissolution.
Yeah, let me, you're an engineer, correct?
Yes.
So let me ask a question. The cofferdam logistic, I assume that was proposed and you probably found it too costly?
No, I got into this after the initial first step, and it's my understanding that these were large but fairly portable sandbags. You saw them, and it was used as I think you would call it a leaky cofferdam, so that it simply gave the workmen, I think their goal was to extend their work period a short bit, because at high tide, mid-tide even, I don't think that was going to work.
Yeah.
So it's impractical to do it.
Okay, because what I was getting at is that that would, if you were looking for a dry situation with a cofferdam, you were sort of jeopardizing that now by saying, we're not going to have a cofferdam, we're going to work in a wet situation.
Right.
Are you okay with that?
I am, because the cofferdam would be practical, would be the very same one, and it would be leaky. You might extend the dry time by 40 minutes. I don't think anybody's sacrificing integrity by having the mortar get inundated shortly after it's placed.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, one other thing. So this maintenance is almost by definition temporary, right? It's going to need it again.
Yeah, there's a bridge report, long-term,
Yeah.
that would have the bridge replaced. And
The bigger,
Yeah.
the bigger project that's down the line a piece.
yes, and they're fully aware that any project like that, you'll be seeing that.
Yeah, yeah, and I just like to, for no other reason, just to maintain an appropriate relationship here. David's comments about touching base with Brittany, I was out there too, and it was kind of surprising to see the guys working on that. So if you could just touch base according to that, would be terrific.
Absolutely.
You do a good job out there, so we want to continue
Yeah,
that.
just so you know, we were not expecting that. When we worked with Robert Vieira, they did not tell us they were going to bring in sandbags and do the same. So I thought they were going to do it just like we're proposing now, which is
Yeah.
around low tide.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Brittany, you have anything to add?
Not really, just what's the longevity of this repair? How long do you expect it to last until you need to do another or replacement?
I think it would go to the point in time that the bridge would be replaced, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were other faults and cracks that might want to be
Between.
replaced or repaired over the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Is this RDA good for 3?
This RDA is good for 3.
Okay. So if there was a second iteration, they would notify you, and the second iteration of similar work would be applicable?
And generally, minor maintenance is included in your Chapter 91 license. Because of the deployment of that cofferdam, that's what triggered this RDA, because it was assumed that you'd be kind of using that same type of thing again. And just the lack of detail, we really wanted to know what kind of work was really needed to get that bridge back into shape. So minor repairs, just let me know. We can see if you need to do another RDA or if I can just approve it under your existing permit. But we can see when that time comes.
Anybody in the audience? Anybody online on Zoom? Having seen none, do I have a motion to accept with conditions?
Under a -2.
-2. So moved.
I'll second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Nope. Okay, we're all set.
Thank you for your time. It's a
Have those.
Yes.
Just throw them in here.
Yeah.
All right. Heavy one. Okay, well, that's going down. We have a notice of intent, SE 832494. Cape Cod Engineering for RJ Resorts, Blue Water Resort Owner LLC, 291 and 301 South Shore Drive. Proposed seasonal deck on a coastal beach, velocity flood zone, and natural heritage habitat. Anybody hear from that?
Wait, did Bob Perry just walk out? Did he forget about this one? Bob, you forgot about one.
You gonna run away?
Sorry to be delayed. I did not think I would be that
Trying to set you up for success.
quick turnaround, but thank you for that. Timing is helpful. So for the record, I'm Bob Perry. Cape Cod Engineering is working with the Blue Water Resort, and we actually included two addresses on this application, 241 and 301, just check myself, I think it's 291 and 301. Yeah, 301 South Shore Drive. 301 is a point of access to the beach. But since it is access and it is vehicle traffic that's proposed, we included that. The project, again, we have something that I think had a false start. The organization has a 12 by 12 wood-framed portable deck, and they use it as a stage for, say, a triplet ensemble for acoustic music, maybe a little bit of speaker action on the beach. And I think they were asked to remove it. So that deck, portable, is now on the north side of South Shore Drive. And the plan that you see shows the beach. It shows the location where, I don't know, anywhere from 50 to 100 chairs are placed. It shows the access route from 301, where there's a natural beach access way that takes beach maintenance vehicles, when they're allowed to be there, down to the beach. And what we have is a temporary 12 by 12 timber deck that would be delivered when the rare species mapping and organizational protocols are set. And I think it's August 1, or with a bird monitor. Everyone could see the irony of using a beach to this degree with people and, you know, all the recreational beach use here is, but yet it's still mapped and managed as a rare species habitat. So I think that ongoing practice with Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program has succeeded in cordoning off areas that they deem important, so that there's an ongoing management arrangement with the resort. So here, at the west end of the beach, about 20 feet, 22 feet from the seawall, is proposed the seasonal deck. The explanation in the notice of intent discusses how to make that meet the performance standards. It's an open sandy beach, and we went to some length to describe how this temporary deck will sit on the sand. It will be leveled simply similar to anyone digging a small hole or shifting beach sand around in an area that's already completely used by scores of people every day, to just get it level. But we are in a flood zone, and we are proposing that it be anchored when it is in place. And we also spoke to the likelihood of any kind of harm having to do with the flood zone. We are 9 feet above the mean high tide line, or 7 to 9 feet above the mean high tide line, and any tides that would reach that level are going to be part of the news before they get to that point. And we're not talking about a outward or remote location. We have a professional level staff. They do try to follow the rules. I believe they will follow the rules. And we've explained and through the application that prior to any storms that are forecasted to be severe, like a gale or tropical storm, this would be removed. It would also be removed off-season. It would also accommodate any requirements of the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Organization. So it doesn't interfere with the migration of the beach sand. It's not in a dune, and it will be properly managed, just as all the other amenities that exist down on the beach. We did a stormwater management outline because it's not a single-family house, and there isn't much to say about it, but we did cover that. And this is a very minor project, but because it's in the beach and it's in a flood zone, we felt that it was appropriate to touch on all the factors that you would find of concern or of interest. And we've covered them all. I don't see any way that we're not consistent with the performance standards. I don't think I've left anything out, and so I'd be happy to try to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Anybody? Yes, Paul?
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering about, in the event you do have to, under some emergency situation, take that platform out, do you have the necessary equipment, or how would you approach that?
It's my understanding that the resort has the wherewithal. It can be easily lifted with garden-level tractor. They clean the beach. They have equipment that they use to transport
Tractor
this.
that would lift it up?
Just chain it and hoist it.
Okay, all right, thanks.
It might be in those notes, I don't remember reading, it's a small deck, 12 by 12, so do you have any provision to prevent trash from falling in the water?
The resort is, I've been there several times in the last month. It's extremely well-managed, and there's trash control, crowd control. It's very well-run. So yes, very much trash control.
Anybody else?
Yeah. Does the organization have a permit for the beach chairs?
I don't know, and I don't think so, but I don't know.
How they grandfathered in? Or...
Yeah, it's remarkable how wonderfully wide that beach is. I think it's benefiting from nourishment at Smugglers, and it's pretty great resource.
I noticed that, in fact, it's pretty close to the neighbor on the west side, and that your photos of the aerials really smudged out that there are plants. It's quite a grass area, and it'll be within about, 15 feet of that?
It's 50 feet from the boundary line, and the boundary line is the location of a very significant dune system off to the west.
Yes.
It's a completely different regime. The resort to the west has a beach, but they also have it's a different geology.
Yeah.
Blue water is closer to the water, Riviera is closer to the water, and the beach area is fully recreational, except for, and it's shown on our plan, this was going back 3 years, I think 4 years. There was a notice of intent that was presented to you for dune development project, and the fruits of that are very successful, and they are in that area to the east of the seawall. It's a very good dune growing in there. This won't affect it at all.
Here's an aerial. This is where the platform was when I found it. And I told them they need to remove it.
Moved it
and
away
permit.
from that location.
But so they're proposing it out here. 40, how far?
50 feet, yeah.
50 feet.
Does anybody know if this would be the first of this kind of operation in Yarmouth?
Well,
I do want to see more detail on how that is built. That does not come apart. Your deck does not come apart.
No, it's, there's a 2x6 framing, as far as I could tell, and 5-quarter decking, and they are stacked, but they are attached.
So I would want to see the size of the tractor and a backup tractor. And I say that from knowledge of other systems where they had walls that they were supposed to be bringing up out of the ground to preserve the resort hotel, and their tractor, their equipment broke down and it just wiped out the whole part of the hotel, you know, inundated the basements and everything. So I do see that having backup equipment is really a good idea.
Well, I don't disagree. The Red Jacket, the Blue Water, the Riviera, Green Harbor, and I think Cottages by the Sea, which is now, I think, part of the, these organizations are all under the same umbrella, and I think we can get you any information that you're asking for, but I think there is ample resources, so this is properly managed.
I'd just like to know that.
Sure.
I'm sure you're right. And did they consider putting it up on further past the dunes on shore?
Well, there's there's the area where the resort is. I think it's not my business really to get into the philosophy of entertainment or luxury or hospitality, but having that small area on the beach, it gets it down low, and the seawall breaks the sound, and the dune, elevated dune, breaks the sound from traveling anywhere except south and east.
Mm-hmm.
And it just really gets this small event, which is, I don't know how often it is, out of earshot of anybody that might be a neighbor.
And, well, it's not our purview, but
Right.
the neighbors may complain, yes.
It's not our purview for that.
Yeah, I just have another question.
Sure.
I won't ask my question about whether Jimmy Buffett music is played, but
If it can be,
But- it's off the beach now, right?
it is.
Okay. And is it possible for, Brittany, for you to kind of check out how they place the thing, and you might learn something that you can tell us about how they might take it out if there's an emergency? Is that possible, or could
I
we?
think they could provide us with information how they're going to put it in and take it out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's, I hate to sound this way, but I saw it as very basic. Remove and replace, hand carry, get it on a chain. And I should also say, it's also something that could be trailered out. Fireman's carry, or we're going to get you some information about that to see if there are alternatives, because you've asked for some redundancy. If there's no lifting backhoe, then there's another option.
Yeah, and obviously it's because, what I'm concerned about is disturbance of the beach itself, beyond what is maybe necessary if you do have the right kind of equipment to bring it out there. I just think that's important.
Yep. I think this
I
beach,
wouldn't want to see it just dragged off the beach, in other words.
it would damage it. I think this beach is raked when it can be raked, so there's a beach rake tractor.
Yeah, okay.
And that's the kind of activity, in addition to 80 to 200 people that might be on this beach in a day. It's just beach, sand. So it's not likely to be in any way disturbed permanently.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Yeah, to that point, you do say in the narrative that it is transported by a small trailer towed by a small vehicle along an existing established driveway route to the beach, across the open sand beach to the proposed location shown on the attached site plan. Are you able to show us that access path now on the plan?
Yeah.
It's photographed it's in the notice of intent, photographed, and it is on the plan. And we tried to just show you that we're clear of the dune.
Is on the plan.
That is my point, right?
Here, and the thing is way over here.
Anybody else? Bob, I have just one concern / question. It's great that they're going to take it off if there's a storm coming up, but every now and then, we wake up and there's a storm that nobody told us about. September 18th ruined stairs at Marconi because of a storm, and not that they could have done anything about it, but it was a surprise storm. How fast are they able to say, oh my goodness, we need to go move that thing now?
I believe it would be like any marina taking precautions to remove boats. That's an hour evolution to get that out of there, in my opinion. And if they relax, half a day. Because it's really one item.
Okay. It's my only concern is the surprise.
Oh, I agree, and I did make the comment that we have elevations of, I think we're coming up around 8 to 9, so you have an epic event if you have water up there, but we did back in 23, 24, but it was in the winter. And this would be a hurricane concern for Nantucket Sound, or southeaster like we had in that time frame. This won't be here in the winter, and it will absolutely be removed in the event of a hurricane or tropical storm warning.
It's a surprise storm that
Well, it's hard to get surprised with 8 feet extra seawater, but I think you have a valid concern, and 1 hour. I'll talk to them about it.
we can't vote on this because we don't have natural heritage. Am I
That's
right?
correct.
Anybody, Brittany, you have anything to add?
Thank you.
So-
I do.
I keep forgetting about you.
I only have one question. In your application and on the site plan in your note, you say if anchorage is required, but it does sound like you are proposing to anchor this every
Well,
time you put it in.
It can be done, and if your concerns were just as David has indicated, he's concerned about unforeseen events, the anchorage is safeguard to that. It just keeps it from migrating. It's not going to keep it from moving, but it's not a problem to do that. It's just one more step. It puts a helical screw into the beach, but I don't think that's a hardship. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'd prefer it be anchored and for the note to
We
reflect
included it because I
anchorage.
felt that you would like the option.
Anything else, Brittany?
That's all. Thank you.
You have anybody in the audience? I'll ask you to go up to the podium and introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Howard Wensley. Address is 117 Wilson Road, which is across the street from Blue Water, Edge of the Sea Motel. I've been a resident there for 74 years and also have beach access to the area we're talking about. So in the 74 years, I've seen a lot of what's been going on this beach, how the beach has changed, where the water has come. During the hurricanes in the mid-50s, the water, in fact, came across the street and washed out South Shore Drive. So it is not unknown that the water doesn't stay where it belongs. Or maybe it goes where it belongs, I'm not sure. We have no real significant problems with this installation. However, we do want to make sure that there is a real need for it, first of all. And the statement saying that there's a sound barrier, I can tell you there is no sound barrier. We hear the performers that have been there down on Wilson Road. So it is not true that there is a sound barrier because of the seawall. Want to make sure that it does get out of there, if necessary, in a hurry. In addition to getting the deck out of there, there's also the need to get 100-plus beach chairs out of there, beach umbrellas, et cetera, that they're on the beach. So I want to make sure this is all taken into consideration and will be addressed. The other thing I just want to bring before the commission is I'm not sure of the real need for this. There is a boardwalk up on top of the seawall. Where these performances could be carried out. I'm not sure what the addition of this deck is really going to add that would not be potentially detrimental to the beach. Also want to ask Brittany, is there a beach management plan for this particular facility?
They're approved for raking and they had some dune management not a comprehensive beach management plan, but they have a raking and dune management plan.
Okay, because I'm also concerned that until 2 years ago, there was a significant dune that is not shown here that seems to have disappeared.
They did have approval, they had a
Take that
dune.
dune down and relocate it?
I think it was significantly longer than 2 years ago. But so there was a dune in the center of the beach that we gave them approval to relocate to directly adjacent to the seawall. That's what these new plantings are that have grown in significantly up here. So this is the new replanted dune that was approved as part of their dune management plan.
Over to the right in front of the edge of the sea?
Yeah, this part was replanted. And the dune used to be like in the middle of the
But
beach.
we don't remember ever having received notice of any hearings or anything on that.
I think it was earlier in like 2016, but I can check.
Okay. So again, those are our concerns, and again, bottom line is we're not sure what the necessity is of this to begin with. But thank you.
Thank you. I do want to say that we don't have anything over noise. That's not.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but you were given some information that was incorrect.
I assume they'll have to get an entertainment license, and at that point, you can talk to the selectmen about that.
Okay, but they said one of the reasons for doing this was to break the noise. And- Okay, thank you.
Maybe there's another question to that. I didn't know, and I do not know, how many performances they've actually had on the beach. I think they've had performances over the years that were at the resort level. So my own judgment just tells me there would be a sound block, but again, it may be minor.
Okay, there have been several this summer already
Okay.
from the deck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just hearing that, I just have another question about, I guess, the necessity for this. If there is a boardwalk along there, I mean, I don't know how many musicians you fit on a 12 by 12 platform as opposed to the deck. Maybe you have to arrange them a little different way. But I guess my question is, can't the boardwalk be used as the stage for the performances? And then group the chairs in front of the decking, the boardwalk, which would, it's been mentioned that this is kind of a precedent, and that we wouldn't have to set that in terms of allowing this kind of thing if, in fact, the entertainers could be up on the boardwalk.
I think you could always have them up there if you could find the room and move the tables and chairs around. I think what you're addressing is an application for a particular, like many applications, there's a desire to have something that may seem unique right now. I don't know that everybody's going to want to put a 12 by 12 deck with a triplet on it across the board. But this is, I think, it's a quality atmospheric choice to have that ensemble. I think you get 3 musicians, I'm guessing maybe 3. I don't know how well a drum kit's going to go on there, but probably not. And so I see this as a desire on the part of the applicant to create that setting, which brings it down to the sand, as low as it can be. And I think my job, anyway, is to try to discuss with you how it meets the performance standards for coastal beaches and the flood zone. And we're trying to demonstrate that we have a resort with a very large staff. I believe it's safe to say they're well-managed, and that they are understanding what their job is if they have an issue with weather. And the benefit is they're also hearing from you and abutters about their concerns, and to also manage the other things that they do on that beach, which I believe they're already doing. So I get it. You can always find an alternative, but I think this is just it's a 3-year order of conditions that you have the option to extend after 3 years or not, perhaps. I don't know that this is a permanent structure. It isn't. So there may be some leeway for you there if you have concerns, but I couldn't find a way to, I couldn't find any true way with precautions taken that we don't meet the performance standards.
Anybody else? Anybody else from the audience? Can't see everybody, but I don't see. And anybody online? Having seen none, we're going to have to continue this because we don't have national.
And I'd like to get you the information you asked for.
So continue.
If you don't mind changing that plan note to say if Anchorage is required to,
How
we're
about-
doing anchoring.
How about Anchorage?
How about Anchorage?
That's okay, yes.
And
Our next hearing's August 21st. Is that
We
good for
can
you?
hear from them, by then we should, right? It's 30 days. Let's put it down, we'll take it.
so can I hear a motion to continue to August 21st? So moved, second? Second. All in favor of continuing?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No? Okay, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Did you move that? Who moved that? Jack. Thank you. Good night.
Okay, moving along. Another notice of intent. Wrong piece of paper. SE 832493, JM O'Reilly and Associates for Irene Holmes, 1 Parsonage Point. Proposed grade stairs in a buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland and natural heritage habitat. Could introduce yourself and,
Good evening. For the record, I'm John O'Reilly, and to my right is Irene Holmes, the property owner and applicant. We're here tonight to have the commission review and hopefully eventually approve a set of elevated stairs on Ms. Holmes's property. Ms. Holmes has owned the house for a number of years and has enjoyed access to the pond, Elisha's Pond, and through a footpath. And part of the pathway, it runs through a relatively steep slope. It's getting a little bit more difficult to traverse. Very difficult. And we're proposing a set of elevated stairs over that portion only. The stairs have been designed to provide 18 inches of gap between the existing grade and the support members. It'd be an open staircase. We've specified gaps within the decking for sunlight. And we've designed the stairs to jog around the existing trees. So we envision there will be some limbing of the trees in order to construct the stairway, but we do not believe there'll be any removal of trees to construct the stairway. The other component of the project is the pathway as it leads to the pond does veer off the right-of-way that Ms. Holmes owns. So we are asking the commission just to simply relocate that pathway in the right-of-way and allow the existing pathway that's off-property to naturalize. The resources we're dealing with is an inland bank, a great pond, of course, a BVW, and we are subject to Natural Heritage's mapping. We have not heard from Natural Heritage, so like the others before me, we'd be looking for continuance. But I thought it would be a good idea to get any input and questions and comments the commission may have, and we can address them.
thank you. Any questions or comments?
Just clarification, all the work is handwork. What are the posts, the posts, what are?
I'm calling for 4x4 posts that will simply be set into the ground, no footer, no concrete or anything like that, simply post hole digger to set the posts.
You might want to indicate that on the plan. I don't know if you do or not.
I do have a section that shows the extension of the post 48 inches below, but I can certainly add a note that it not have a footer, if that's what your concern is.
Okay, no, you do say 4x6 post,
Okay.
PT.
Post.
I didn't see that at first, so yeah, you do define what they are.
I'm sorry, I did say 4x4. It is a 4x6 that I'm speccing. Yep.
Just want to commend you for how you designed the stairs to not have to take any trees down. I think more people should be that way versus going in and clear cutting, so we all appreciate that, I know. I'll speak for it.
Thank you.
Me?
Oh,
I'm sorry, Jack?
I guess, yeah, I pretty well appreciate what you've done, how it's designed, and there's a couple of conditions that to be added probably on pruning, but I am wondering about the lack of footers. How you expect that, the structure of the stairs themselves are going to be strong enough to hold, it's a darn steep bank. And I presume that you don't want to bring in concrete or something like that?
Yeah. When I first started designing stairways, elevated stairways, we were putting concrete footers in the ground, either digging a sonotube and pouring concrete by pail, or forming them off-site and then bringing them and setting them. And you end up causing more damage to the slope than should be necessary and potential erosion. So what we have been doing, or what I've been doing for the past 10, 12 years, is speccing the simple timber to be set right in the ground. And we've done structures much bigger than this and not have any problem.
Yeah, there's quite a variety of plastic and other kind of footers nowadays that can be transported very easily, and I'm wondering, have you considered any of those? It might be.
I haven't considered the, are you talking about the diamond anchors, which is the small concrete block? I haven't.
No, they're plastic. They essentially have bottom flares that will expand the area that the timber is resting on. You set them in. They sometimes have spikes that go further down to the ground. I mean, there's a multitude of these kind of things out there, and I am not trying to tell you your business.
I understand.
That's for sure.
I appreciate that. Well, I will be having to come back, and I'll investigate that and might have an answer for you, but I do like the way the posts work for us.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Yeah. David?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was out there, and it seems like, have you considered a zip line though, Ms. Holmes, right down to the water?
Don't give her any ideas.
That's quite a drop, that's quite a, I know you would. It sounds like a great plan.
Motorized.
Brittany, anything to add?
I always appreciate you contacting me prior to get some opinions about this. I missed one thing here. You have the 50-foot buffer noted twice. If you don't mind just updating this to say it's the edge of wetland. Sorry, I didn't catch that on my first run around.
No worries.
And
Give you something to look at.
yeah, right. And the only thing I would recommend as a special condition is to keep the pruning of the oaks to the dormant season. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Anybody in the audience? Any comments? Anybody on Zoom?
There's one comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Timothy Walsh. I'm the homeowner and neighbor of Irene. And so the strip of land that the staircase would be on is a 10-foot wide strip, and that is my house that's just above there. It doesn't show like some of the chimney, and there's a patio right there and stuff. So
Yeah, he's right here.
it just seems like the stairs are awfully close to my house, and I'm worried about the impact on that, either on resale value or otherwise for enjoyment of the backyard with a staircase there. Nothing about Irene at all, but I'm just thinking for the future. And I'm wondering if like that staircase has to be that shape, whether it could go somewhere else, whether it's right up against the property line, which is 19 feet from where you see the edge of my house there. And everybody wants to enjoy a pond, it's just that's, kind of very close. And I don't know if there's another design that could be done or something else that could try to help make it a little less conspicuous.
Brittany?
I don't think that's addressed to me.
I don't know, it's.
Well, I think that's addressed to me, through the chair. We did look initially, at a single flight of stairs with no jog in it. And that was a concern of Ms. Holmes and her daughter, having such a long flight of stairs with no break.
It would have a landing, though.
Yep. But they appreciated the fact that if, God forbid, someone to slip and fall, they have that intermediate landing to break their fall. I do like to leave a jog in the stairway for that simple purpose. So that's the nature of the design. I think the stairway can be built without impacting anyone else's property. That's really the premise of the design, is really more of a safety concern.
Have you, your town code requires you go to them, right?
I'm sorry?
You have to go to the town for construction code to meet?
No building, I don't think you need a
I don't
permit for
think
stairs.
there are any building permit requirements for exterior staircase.
No.
So
Maybe there will be.
No, there's not.
Not right now.
So there are no setbacks, in other words?
No setbacks. It's also not under the purview of this board, unfortunately, so I don't think we need to continue discussing the distance of the stairs to the boundary of the property. This is the preferred organization of the stairs to preserve the on-site trees.
Maybe as you discuss it, you'd think about some plantings or something along the side of the staircase to kind of shield it from the neighbor.
They're preserving all on-site plantings. They're only pruning to put the stairs in, which is a feat.
I'm thinking if he thinks it's too close, that we could do some kind of a fence, because he was glad to see me decide to do this. But his patio is just right off there.
Since we have to come back, why don't we give an opportunity just to see if we can offer an alternative to the abutter and try to be good neighbors. We didn't know of this concern before tonight, so, let's see what we can do and
I'd like to get it done this year, but it doesn't look like it now.
Our next meeting's August
Yeah,
21st.
August
so-
21st. We'll have to wait for natural heritage anyway.
So, yeah, couldn't vote anyway tonight.
so
Okay.
we'll talk to the abutter and see if we're able to do anything at all.
Anything else? Anybody else? Okay, can I hear a motion to continue to August 21st?
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was South Shore Drive, I can't sign that, right, or Parsonage?
You could put those to the side. Not pass them. But yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Sorry,
That's okay.
still learning.
Object management.
Okay, our next order of business is a continued notice of intent, SE 832479 Crawford Land Management for Will Rubenstein. Elisha's Point, proposed treatment invasive hydrilla through chemical and physical means in a great pond. I've received a letter from Angela Tanner from Crawford asking that the applicant will.
They're requesting to withdraw their
Right, to question
application.
withdraw without prejudice. So, no discussion, just somebody make a motion to accept the withdrawal.
So moved.
So moved, seconded, Jack? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No? We have to sign anything with this?
No.
I guess so.
All right. Next one is Lewis Bay, and I have to recuse myself, so
We're going to switch seats for a second.
Mr. Huggins is going to take my place. and I'm going to go sit in the back.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is This item is SC 832480, 29 Lewis Bay Boulevard. And do we have a, Dan Ojala?
Oh, someone grab Dan. Revised. What's the? The site plan, I don't think I have the right one.
Is this the one for this?
Okay.
Try to escape.
Yeah, a little cooler out there. Dan Ojala from Down Cape Engineering. I'm a land surveyor and a civil engineer, and helping Yarmouth Shores condos out with rebuilding their seawall. You may recall it was, somewhat, I guess I'd say shoddily constructed back in the day after Hurricane Bob. The stones were too small. It really hasn't served very well. It's starting to erode and crumble and put the houses at risk. They all predate the act, 30s construction. So they asked us to redevelop it, properly with larger toe stones. The DMF didn't want the toe to be any closer to the land under water than was existing. So the last revisions that we've done tightened up that toe. We pulled it in to be exactly aligned with the stones as they are now. The wall is a 1.5 to 1. Again, this isn't on the open ocean where you get, huge waves all the time, but occasionally you'll get some storms. The 1.5 to 1 is suggested to dissipate the energy. We did talk with the board, and we rolled it back to 2 to 1 as it heads more to the east, to the abutter. Luckily, we've got a private beach road where we'd go out to the middle of that, and that can take a little bit of scarping, and we can replenish the soil as needed for the end effects, and then rolled it back all the way to a 3 to 1 out there. So really flatten it right down and just match the existing grades. The other small items were, you had requested there's a wall that was built seaward of the approved plan. We'll pull that back, work with the homeowner on that, number 6. And we replaced the Rugosa rose with Virginia rose. And that's off the top of my head. There might have been 1 or 2 other minor items, but hopefully this is now approvable, and we can move forward to help protect these homes as soon as we get permitting through the state agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, as is my practice, I like to turn this over to Brittany to ask some questions, and then to the board for their questions. So Brittany?
The original revetment, was it 2 to 1 across the entire revetment?
The slope of the original, it wasn't exactly constructed per plan, but it was more, I think, like a 3-ish to 1 constructed. I've got the original plan. If you give me a second, I could probably tell you.
I just want to understand the rationale for not replacing in kind. Was that because since it wasn't constructed to plan, you would have to encroach further into the waterway to keep that gentler slope?
Yeah, and also the buffer on the top to widen that out and make it a nice buffer on the top, and also to match the abutting wall to the west. The top of that is about 9, and so that checks in very nicely with ours, or 8.7, and we're about 8. And it'll tie in nicely to that. And it's just the proper way to build a wall. You fit them together. It's matching from the west to east. The littoral drift is the same, and then it rolls down and flattens at the end effects on the east. So it does 2 things. It conserves resources by not mining every stone on Cape Cod to build it, and we get a nice wide buffer on top without getting too close to some of these units are fairly close to the water, and you still enjoy the full 10-foot buffer. So for those reasons, we chose a 1.5 to 1, which
Okay.
is, generally accepted practice.
And we are maintaining the top of wall elevation, you're not increasing the height?
No higher, no. I mean, if you certainly could go higher, but the land behind it varies between 8 and 10, so there'll be a slight slope in the buffer, but it's not designed to stop all storms, but certainly it'd be a big help during most storms.
Okay, great. I have a couple more minor questions. Your access route you show on the top of the existing revetment, are you going straight down the existing revetment with a machine?
Yeah, and it's not much of a slope and would probably just pull a couple of rocks back and roll right down. And then as we rebuild it, obviously that'll be the last few stones to be placed on the way out.
Okay. How wide is the machine that you're using?
It would be an 8.5-foot wide excavator, full size, yeah.
Do you need this full 25 feet? The beach of
Yeah,
access?
it was suggested by our wall guy to store and pile and roll. You know, if you insisted on 20, we could probably build it, but 25 is a lot more comfortable for him to swing and move around rock piles and nudge stuff around. Again, they go pretty quickly if you give them enough room. The tighter you make it, it's going to be probably another day on the beach, so that would be the give and take on that.
Okay. And I think on a plan note, you have mean low. And mean low is not shown on this plan view. I just want to make sure you're not proposing to go below mean low on your access.
Absolutely not, no. Mean low is noted on the profile as about -1.6, and it would be about
1.6.
0 with our work, so.
Okay.
Mid-tide, ish.
All right. I would recommend as a special condition that low access mark be at least flagged with a couple of stakes in the field for the pre-construction meeting so we can review it right before. And my last question for you is on section C. You're showing mitigation plantings at the toe. Is that intentional? Are they supposed to be at the top?
Yeah, that would basically be flipped. Yeah, we would put them at the top.
Okay.
I guess he kind of drew it a little funny, but yeah, that's, C is be more accurately
Flipped.
placed on the top, for sure.
If you could just flip that. I just wanted to ensure that there's not going to be any damage on the toe on that beach side.
Fair enough.
And I appreciate the homeowner at number 6 flexibility to remove that patio. And I would only recommend an additional special condition that be among the first things to be done prior to the wall is that the patio be removed so that you can build the wall and have the plantings seamlessly up there.
Okay, that sounds fine. If it could be tied to the wall construction, though, in case they have to budget it a year out or something, that we don't put the homeowner out immediately. But it would be done at the same construction period, but prior to the wall is fine.
It would definitely need to be done prior to the wall because the COC issuance would be contingent on the patio being removed from the previous revetment.
All right, well, fair enough. Fair enough. That sounds okay. Obviously, we don't want to be out there before Labor Day, so.
No.
Time it for the fall or something. Yeah.
Okay. And no vista pruning, the mitigation area. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. I'll just ask you the question. Are you good with Mr. Ojala's responses?
I'm good with his responses, so I would just recommend that we get a revised plan for section C, so it's not confusing where the mitigation plantings are going.
Okay, and now the commission, any questions? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have I thought you had a picture where you can see actually the access route going down. Just so.
Oops.
The reason I ask is that it is quite precarious, and I'm glad Brittany asked the question again, because in your narrative, in your notice of intent, you say a standard backhoe will be used to relocate and transport the rocks for the wall, and access will be through the existing driveways and along a path between the existing dwellings. This is probably when I say that I did have a 30-year career in construction, otherwise I would know this stuff, but to lift a 5 to 6 ton stone, a backhoe doesn't cut it because their capacity is usually 6,000 to 7,000 pound capacity, so you have to step up to an excavator.
Oh, for sure. What we mean by that is a backhoe excavator. Yeah, it's people call things different things, but generally a backhoe excavator, I would normally call it an excavator, but it's not a front loader.
It's important to note that because they can weigh a lot, like, they have a 50,000 pound capacity weight on them. So I'm just concerned about getting down there, and aren't you? I don't want any surprises. We don't want any surprises.
No.
You think
It's only a 6-foot drop and about, 25 feet.
they're
Oh, yeah, but those, you've seen those guys, you know, these guys are artists with these machines. They can put the thing down, spin it, push, pull, they'll get up and down there without any trouble. No. That's an expensive mistake. And these guys are, the guys that do the walls, and especially the guys we've been talking to,
or lift up stones that heavy?
the toe stones are, yeah, they'll use like probably a 420, size machine. It's a full, as big as you can put on a public road width, and they're heavy, but, that's what they do for a living, and they know how to access, and you can see on the plan view, the proposed access comes straight in off the driveway, and they'll go straight back out, and they'll restore the native plants afterwards. So, no worries,
You thought it through subsequent to the notice of intent?
Yes, after talking with him, he looked at it and said, this is the spot, this is where we want to go, and that's exactly what we have in the plan, and they're very comfortable with it. And again, what's there now isn't that difficult to flatten out and create a nice little ramp down, so it'll go well, no question.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Question?
No questions.
All set? Jack?
No.
Yeah, Pat?
No.
I have no questions. Seems like everything. So, anybody in the audience have a question about this project? Anybody on Zoom, online? Guess not, so I need a motion. Let's see, what kind of motion are we looking for?
To issue an order of conditions with special conditions, including those discussed, including the patio to be removed prior, no vista pruning, and pending a revised plan showing the mitigation in section C in the proper location.
So that would be that's the
motion.
That's the motion. That sounds like a great motion.
So moved.
So moved, okay. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Dan. We're gonna jump ahead. I don't know if you're still.
We're going to do the COC now, just so that
Yeah, that's, I think, good, because it's quick, and that way it'll be,
And we can go to the next item.
yes.
Okay, so this is notice of intent for SC 83-1165, 29 Lewis Bay Boulevard also. Brittany, do you have, or Dan, go ahead.
Well, I would leave it up to Brittany. I think now that we have the conditions established, that you're going to have a full 10-foot buffer on the top, just like that original order established under this new order, and that wall put back where it was on the original order, that we're in pretty good order, but however you want to handle it. I mean, I think it's enforceable now under this new plan, but
it's enforceable under the new plan, and I would just say I'm recommending you vote to issue, but pending removal of the patio, so we can have the paperwork ready to go, but we won't issue it to you until you notify us that the patio's out, and then we can trade the paperwork so that we don't overlap the permits.
that's a splendid way of doing it. You'll hold the permit until that action is done. That's fine with us. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Commission, any questions on this one?
Nope.
No.
No questions. Anybody in the audience? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, so the motion would be to issue the,
COC,
I can't hear you.
issue the certificate of compliance
Certificate of compliance,
pending patio removal.
okay. I have a.
So moved.
I'll second.
Second. This is so easy. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we did it. Thank you.
fine.
Thank you, Dan.
Appreciate your time.
To our
Thank you.
Do I have to pass this one down?
yes, please. There's two signature pages. The top one is for the order. The bottom one is for the COC. Please sign both.
She cranked it out.
I know. Right. Oh, nice job.
I'm going to make a wild
Why
guess
is
and
this-
say most of you will be here for the next permit. So I just want to say a couple words before we start. We are doing the permit only dealing with water issues and not with traffic, not with smells. And so when we get to asking people to, if they want to talk, we're going to have you line up there. Might have to limit so we can get out of here before midnight. And if you're going off on a tangent or you're going to ask the same question we just answered, I'll probably interrupt you. I'll try not to be rude about it, but we do want to move ahead. I know it's an issue, obviously, that shows a lot of people interested in dealing with it. So let me read it into the records. It is SE 832492, Down Cape Engineering for Natasha and Oliver Bremst. I hope I pronounced that right. 88 and 100 Mill Lane. Proposal to establish a farm with fencing in the riverfront area, land subject to coastal storm flowage, and the buffer zones to a coastal bank, salt marsh, and bordering vegetated wetland. So, Dan, are you in on this?
Yes, the good farmers here have hired me to help them out with Good Hope Farm, and they've produced a farm plan, and I've also got a couple of people supporting me. Leo Kukunis, formerly the farm board chairman for 20 years, is behind me if you've got questions of him. Very familiar with agriculture on Cape Cod. And one of the primary caretakers of the land is with me as well, Pete Sumner, whose firm has actually built the farm for the Bilzekians. Again, it was an old farm, so they didn't have a ton of clearing to do, but they did, put in the fencing and help with the clearing, the irrigation systems, the fencing, the maintenance, the mowing over a continuous period of right now it's probably 40 years. He's been on the property, and he'd like to say a few words afterwards. And Greg Bilzekian, who is the son of Father Christmas, as my father used to call him, the head of the family, Mr. Charles Bilzekian was very familiar with the operations of the farm, and we just would like to say a few words about the past use and his memory of what it is today. This is a project that enjoys some protections under the Wetlands Protection Act. I would even preface my comments by saying that, it's great we're in front of you. We want to work with you. But if you read the language carefully in the Wetlands Protection Act, it says that, land under agricultural use and so forth is protected and not regulated. And it says, here's the critical language: land in agricultural use may lie inactive for up to 5 consecutive years. This land was never inactive. We have a permit here to construct a barn, supporting facilities for farm animals, expand the pasture land. They cleared a couple of trees back to the original state and grazing of farm animals. They selectively cleared some highland. This is back in 1985. We had a permit from this board. We maintained the drainage ditch, cleared overhanging brush, selective clearing, a trail system where they actually went out into the little freshwater system there and redid some of the dikes and little bridges and, tried to restore that. And these folks here would actually like to manage that. It won't be under this permit, but we'll very likely come back and as is very common, like the Cape Cod Hospital is restoring their cranberry bog to get rid of some of those Phragmites and bring back some of the native species. So they're going to be actively managing the property. But to finish the thought, the selective clearing of that trail system, they planted some high bush blueberries, and they constructed the necessary fencing around the open pasture areas to contain the grazing animals within those areas. And so we'll work with you guys, but just in the background, I think it's our position, and we've got testimony, that this has not been inactive. It has looked just like this for 40 years, and it's just like that today, and would like to continue that. But to that end, we've got a lot of good information for you, and we've worked with Brittany to provide her additional information, and I've got just a few more answers tonight to help her understand and everyone understand that this is a permitted agricultural use, and it will not be detrimental to the environment. So just briefly, the filing is to reestablish the fencing around the outside. Some of the fence is still there if you went out there and looked. Some of the posts are in, some of the posts are out. A lot of the rails are stacked up in the barn, as they rotted and fell over. Some of them were stacked into the barn, but we're just reestablishing the existing fence and pasture. There's a nice little wooded buffer, brushy buffer between the fence and the wetland flags. We had Paul Shea of Independent Environmental out there, and he reiterated where all those wetlands were. Very similar to the ones that Lynn Hamlin had done back in 2012 when we came in here for the former owner and permitted a small shed. And that's where this color photograph came from, on that year. And he also, there's a small ditch that runs under Mill Lane. There's an old, somewhat clogged up culvert and a little ditch. They had actually expanded the north end of that ditch into a little farm pond back in the day, and that's still there. There's not a ton of flow from that, but just a little bit, and there's some nice cattails. It's a regulatable wetland, in my opinion, and in Paul's opinion, so we put the wetland flags around it, and that's not to be disturbed, but we would obviously want to maintain the farm around it and the grass in its current condition. This farm is a commercial operation. These are farmers. They're familiar with the process of properly composting waste so that you don't have any odors. These are pygmy Nigerian goats. They're little guys. They're not huge. I remember back in the day the Bozikans had some rather large-looking animals on the site, donkeys and other things, and I believe they had some kind of a big cow on the south side of it for a while. But this is a lightweight. We're treading lightly on the environment. There's 2 miniature donkeys, and that's about it, and a few people on 17 acres of land. So it meets all the Board of Health has requirements on number of animals and horses per acre, and I believe you could have 30 plus horses. Here we want 30 pygmy goats, and of course the biomass goes through a goat. It comes out in little round pellets that hardly stink at all. They're very if you look them up, there's very little smell to them, and they're pelletized, so they're easy to handle, easy to compost, and much less, I wouldn't say noxious than a horse, because I don't think a horse is particularly noxious, but it's lighter on the environment in terms of the any kind of nitrogen or pathogens. It's just miniaturized and easy to handle, basically like rabbit pellets, just a little bit bigger. So right now they run a farm in New York, and they've purchased this property. They met with conservation, they met with planning, they met with building, and they acknowledged, everybody thought this was a good idea to restore the farm, so they purchased it, and we're in here now to just kind of we need a stable permit from the health department and arguably an order of conditions from you guys. And I think you can easily find your way to do that, given the protections in the Act and the fact that this historic use since the 1920s and probably even earlier, but I've got photographs from 1938 showing the same clearing line all the way through to date, that the farm will continue on the property. Assuming you grant the order, would have that as a part of our permit. And then we're working with the local Soil Conservation Service. It's now called NRCS. And we met with Steve Spear, and who is formerly running that operation, and talked about the farm plan and best management practices. And Oliver and Natasha have met with their local agent, John Loke, I believe his name was, and talked about the farm plan, and basically got good input, like this is exactly what I'd do. There is, I would say, one little problem with them reviewing the farm plan is that this is, it's a very professional organization. They don't meet the low-level standard of the Farm Bureau tries to help impoverished farmers first, apparently. So if you have certain income qualifications, they'll review your plan first. And at this point, I don't think they'd touch it for a year. So it would be extreme hardship to wait for them to do anything formal. But we are going to join that organization, and we've been in contact with them. Leo put us in contact with all those good folks, and they were familiar with it already, and with the sister organizations in New York. And it's just how they like to run their farm. And these are sophisticated people. They do not want to smell. They do not want a nuisance. It's going to be their home, and the last thing they want is to have anything smelly or noxious or hurt the environment. They're careful environmental stewards. They use some of the compost on the gardens. They use cut flowers. That's actually one of the major sources of income on the farm. Is Natasha likes to do huge flower gardens and cut the flowers and breed them and sell them at various events. And it's kind of a good source of income and a good use of the property under horticulture, as well as the straight agriculture of the miniature goats. So Adam, you probably read the Good Hope Farm Plan, and then we had an addendum with some additional information that Brittany wanted. But just to hit the highlights, it's the Good Hope Farm currently is a small family farm in New York, South Salem, and they're relocating and reducing in scale somewhat up to Yarmouthport. It's going to be a sustainable goat herd management with an emphasis on goat kid sales and potential ecological service for invasive plant management. You've, of course, heard about goats that go in and take out, they love poison ivy and some invasives, and people use them as a low-impact invasive plant management scheme. They may get into that, but it's certainly on the table, whether they do it or not this year or next year. Field-grown flowers and vegetables for retail sale, CSA and event design. And their agricultural background, what they went through here, they're licensed in New York State District, and they've got 40 goats there that they rotate on pastures, and they have the sales and the flowers and a little seasonal farm stand. Here, if they ever do a farm stand, it'd probably just be flowers. There's no immediate start of that, but it's not an immediate plan, but we wouldn't rule it out either. So it's going to be a full relocation. They're into it. They enjoy it. They love to practice it. And I'd remind the commission that, farms are getting scarcer on Cape Cod. I know you've got Taylor Bray Farm. It's a beautiful farm that the town operates on the east end of town. It's the same salt marsh system and ecosystem here. Will be much lower impact, in our opinion, because of the quantity, the weight of the animals that they have here. They're the large animals. It'll be nothing like that, much smaller in scale, but still a commercial operation, but probably a little bit more fitting for this end of town. We're going to, in year one, we're going to establish the farm, our compliance. We're going to apply for the stable permit, the farm license with the Board of Health, and we've been in contact with the agent on that and had received some positive input. There will be some fencing put up right away, probably looking at that black invisible fencing in a lot of places. It's 30 heads of the Nigerian goat, or the miniature goats, and then the 2 guardian donkeys. Donkeys, if you don't know it, are good guard animals. They'll kick the teeth out of a coyote and protect the herd. So that's what they're there for, or a dog, or whatever got in here and was bothering the goats. Utilize 6 acres of pasture land for rotational goat grazing, so they know to move the herd. There's a food station that gets moved and rotated so that they don't overburden any one area. We intend to keep it beautiful grass the way it is that the goats enjoy. Goats don't like wet feet, so we're giving them a run-in shelter just outside of the 100, or you may have noticed on the revised plan, that's in the pasture. They will be moving that feed station, and they'll be cleaning up after the goats. Most of the manure happens around the feed station, so it's pretty easy to rake up, and that'll happen 3 times a week, and it'll go into a proper composting facility that I'll describe in a minute. Again, year one, they're going to access fruit tree production, and there's some existing fruit trees out there. They'll look at that. And basically, the fall breeding for the spring kidding season. Then in year two, we'll begin the floral activities. The floral activities are going to be mainly in the big garden that shows on this plan here. And it's on, this has historically been the garden. This is the fenced area that's north of, the house has two properties. 100 Mill Lane is, sort of a guest house or whatever, caretaker's quarters. To the north of that is a very large fenced garden, and that's perfect for what Natasha wants to do with the flowers. So it's been weeded over for a bit, so we're going to pull up, some of the saplings and things and reestablish a beautiful wildflower and cut flower meadows in there for cultivation. So that's probably year two at this point. They're going to compost all of them, and we're outside of the 100-foot buffer, so you folks look at a 100-foot buffer. We took a look. There's a top of a hill site, which works perfectly. We're going to put a roofed concrete pad beneath structure so that there can be no runoff of the compost. If you get a large storm and just a compost heap, you could get some tea coming out of that, and that's not what we want to have in the aquifer. So to protect against that, we'll have a roof structure with an impervious surface underneath it, and that is the NRCS does suggest that as a best management practice, and I think that's if you want to make that a condition, that's fine. Again, it's outside of your jurisdiction, and because it's not generating any flow, it couldn't possibly flow into your buffer. So that's what we're going to do. Would rather represent that and leave it there. And there is potential for inside of that to have a mechanical drum that makes it even easier. It's a significant investment. We may or may not do that, but either way, it's going to be managed. With mulch, I guess I would just get into that quickly. The whole key with that is to time it right and to get it warm, and it heats itself up, and you put the proper moisture content and turn it, keep it aerated, and that keeps the smells down. If you let something go septic, you get the anaerobic bacteria and you get a smell. They do not want to smell. They do not have a smell now. There will not be a smell. Obviously there's farm odors. You can smell a nice earthy odor, but it's not a noxious smell. And so in that manner, that compost will be managed carefully. And again, we're not talking about huge horses with 40, 50 pounds a day. These are little pygmy goats that probably don't weigh 50 pounds, a lot of them. And there's simply not a large volume of waste to be dealing with here. And what is composted, again, she's a naturalist. We understand at the proper time and when the soil is ready for it, we hit it with a light compost layer, and the flowers bloom and the grass will do well. Anything that we're planting, and it could even be sold. That's a typical commercial operation. It'd either be trucked off and sold or given to people that are receptive of that. So again, it goes through, there's irrigation, and again, this is a continuous use of irrigation. Mr. Sumner will testify that system has been in the ground since the Bozikians. We're going to update it with even more modern timers that when a rainstorm's coming over, or even predicted, it won't go off. To really manage the water. Again, it's our own water because we're pulling it from the aquifer, but no need to waste it. It'll be a state-of-the-art system, and that has been in continuous use, and every 2 weeks mowed and maintained the field edge ever since its inception approximately 40 years ago. Again, we're going to update some compliance, just reading from this. We're in front of you for a notice of intent to the extent that it's required. We're happy to have you grant one. We're going to register the LLC, submit the fence and gate permits. Old Kings Highway will probably just take a look at the goat sheds and the ridges of a few little farm items. And the stable and goat license with the Board of Health. Again, we had, and then the supplemental addendum, I think, was helpful in having Brittany understand that we've read the best management practices. You want to only apply fertilizer and organics on soil that's not frozen. It's ready to accept it, and we're going to have records of all of our applications and as part of the nutrient management plan. In terms of animal husbandry, they employ rotational grazing through a managed hay feeding system. So the goats will go where the food is, we move them around the paddock, keep them from trampling any one area. And it's easy to do. They're used to doing it. They're farmers. It will be well done. Inside the stalls, the animals are housed on an impermeable flooring that's regularly cleaned. Outside in the paddocks, the animals are moved regularly, and no single area is overburdened, as I said. Excess hay residue is collected and composted to prevent smothering vegetation or the buildup of organic materials in sensitive areas. So the manure management is executed with rigor and care, following a comprehensive set of BMPs, best management practices. The goal is to protect the soil, water and quality, support the plant and animal health, and again, it's collected every day from the stalls and 3 times a week from the pastures, and the shavings are composted. What they do now is there's parasitic fly predators that they can introduce that are normally used as part of agriculture, and they're not going to run wild like gypsy moths or something like that. But what they do is they eat the maggots out of the regular fly maggots, and they knock the fly population way down. They're very instead of spraying, God knows what on them, you just use these natural predators, and it controls the flies. It's a great way to go. And we give additional information on that before we apply. Collected manures on the concrete pad. It's a roofed concrete pad, as I discussed. They're exploring the use of BioVator, which mechanicizes some of that work. But again, that'll be an option. But either way is state-of-the-art, no smell, keep it aerobic, keep the moisture content right. You can read about it on YouTube or whatever else, but there's a good way to do it and a bad way to do it. And these folks know how to manage it, and they will manage it correctly. You can be assured of that. It's their, it's their estate and their farm and their home, and they do not want smells. They want it less than anybody else here. So again, they rely primarily on sustainable organic practices and natural pest control methods. Again, every once in a while, it would be, if they do need a pesticide or something, it's all in compliance with the best industry practices. They use, their approach is rooted in integrated pest management and careful pest monitoring. And then it's just only as needed for control. Again, it's a pre-existing low-impact irrigation system. We're not pulling water out of the town water system. They have their own well. It's been there for many years, and that waters the flower gardens. And it's automated for efficiency, and it is based on weather. It can skip if you get a thunderstorm coming. It won't even water, and smart that way. And that supports their crop vigor, the conservation, and the soil integrity. If you over soak soils, obviously you had a better chance of soils eroding. So through these practices, Good Hope ensures that the agricultural use remains not only environmentally responsible, but also aligned with the region's goals for habitat protection, water quality, and sustainable land stewardship. Again, we've been in contact with the local reps from the National Resources Defense Council, NRCS, and we'll continue to consult with them to review and update and strengthen the farm plan as needed to reflect evolving best practices and regulatory guidance. And this was the May 29, 25, updated July 31st. So you've had this for the required amount of time to review everything. And again, it's a no-call herd of Nigerian dwarf goats. These aren't huge horses. They aren't huge cows. They're very small, compact animals, and they get top-notch care, and a couple of miniature donkeys just for the herd protection. And it's a nice big pasture. It's existing. All we want to do is put the fence back up, install the state-of-the-art composting, and open for business. And one of the things that did come up is there's a lot of concern about shellfish, and we get it. The last thing we want to do is pollute a shellfish bed. The good news is that there's a natural high point that runs all along the driveway here, and most of the pastures are on the north side of that driveway. In fact, everything that's on the north side is pitched away from those sensitive receptors. And so the normal goat herding operations and the day-to-day pellet collection and everything like that is on a gradient that is, gradually drifting towards the east. There you've got The grass is a great nitrogen absorber. It'll soak it up. You've got a buffer, a wooded vegetated buffer before the freshwater sloped wetland, and then you get into a deeper wetland, and then way at the end is some saltwater intrusion, and way out to the salt marsh. So you've got a huge biofilter system. We don't think we'll be taxing it at all. Again, these are little dwarf goats, only 30 of them. We sweep up the tailings and compost them, and you would hardly think that would bother shellfish on the other side of the gradient, and that's a commercial operation. And their only concern, it's not really nutrients, it's E. coli and pathogens. And what we do for pathogens is, again, you have to compost a thermic reaction in the compost to get it up 170 degrees or so and cook it, and that kills all the bad bacteria that are in it. And again, that's a state-of-the-art practice. We'll either use our normal BMPs with adding water and checking the temperature and stirring it, keeping it aerobic and fresh. It's kind of an art to doing it. Or we may install for a little bit less manual labor, the bio unit that does that automatically. But either way, that will be inert, nice nutrients. It's the cycle of life. It's returning nitrogen and all the nutrients back to the soil, and they get used up mainly by the flower garden. And again, it's applied judiciously, and probably a lot of it will go off-site to friends and family and people that appreciate good quality, all-natural compost. So I think I would probably leave it there. Again, Greg Bilzekin wanted to say a word. Peter Sumner wanted to just read a brief statement. And Leo is here. He's a wealth of information on farming and agriculture. If the board has any questions of him, he's a well-known on the Cape for commercial farming operations. But Peter, if you wanted to mention your statement, I would appreciate it at this time, if he's still here.
Hello, my name is Peter Sumner, owner of Mid-Cape Nurseries. We're a landscape construction and maintenance company that's worked on this piece of property since probably 1986 or 84. My father used to own the company. I bought the company from my father. Back then I was 14, 15 years old, working for my father on this property also. And to whom it may concern, I'm writing to confirm that I, Peter Sumner, and the team at Mid-Cape Nurseries have been involved in the ongoing care and land management of 88 Mill Lane for the past 40 years. Our responsibilities have consistently included the maintenance of the barn, fencing, pasture areas, and overall grounds. At no point during this period has there been a lapse or interruption in this work. The property has been continually managed as open fenced pasture land, and we have regularly performed tasks such as mowing, brush clearing, structural upkeep, and general stewardship to ensure a suitability for agricultural and residential purposes. It has been and remains an active, maintained landscape under our care. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much. I don't know if Greg wanted to say a word. I know he took the time out of his busy schedule to be here, but we would appreciate it if he did just want to say a word about his history and memory of the site.
I'm Greg Bilzekin. I also live at 100 Wharf Lane. I just wanted to say welcome to the neighborhood. This was a working farm. We had cows, we had sheep, we had goats, we had chickens, we had turkeys, we had big cows, we had a donkey named Eeyore that everyone loved. We had electric fences. We moved the animals around. We had two pastures. There's a house on the corner of Water and Wharf that's on the opposite side that's now a home that we kept as a pasture. We were members of the Farm Bureau. It was a job for me for a couple of summers, as well as a place where my kids grew up. It was a busy place. We had, at that point, Christmas Tree had 2,000 employees. We had lots of parties. We had working farmers with families that would come. We went through 3 different farmers, I believe, and they all raised their families there. So it was a great place. It's been that way. I'm happy to see farming back on Cape Cod. I'm a big advocate of the extension service and think farming on Cape Cod is very important. it's sad to go to the Barnstable County Fair and see the vineyard being more represented than Cape Cod. So, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much, Greg. And again, Leo is here for any questions. He's a wealth of knowledge on farming and best management practices. Yeah, if we wouldn't mind, he'd just like to say a word or two.
I'm old enough and been here long enough that I now.
Introduce yourself first.
Leo Kukunis. I live in the town of Harwich. I'm agricultural expert, I guess. I'm a museum now. Farming is a museum on Cape Cod. Don't let anybody kid you. And I'm just here because this is probably the first time in the 40 years that I've been involved not only with Farm Bureau, but in promoting agriculture across the Cape, that I was contacted by a couple that clearly have not only the means, but want to do the right thing. And that's very rare now in agriculture on the Cape. There are a lot of young people that think they can live off the land and think they can make a living. I had 33 acres in Harwich that we ended up donating to the tech school to make an environmental agricultural education center because there was no way someone was going to buy it and make a living on agriculture. Just doesn't happen. You people today, the town of Yarmouth, are unbelievably fortunate to have this couple in your community. They want to do the right thing. Today before you, it's real simple. They're just asking you to agree that this property has been continuously used as a farm, and they're looking to replace some of the rotted fencing that go around the pasture area. And I think with that decision, the conservation agent will feel comfortable as they move forward, because I'm telling you right now, these people are going to be before you again and again and again, and you are very fortunate. There is a freshwater, or it's supposedly called a freshwater wetland on this property. It has been neglected. And one thing that I have done for the last 40 years is I've approached boards and commissions and committees all across the Cape that the worst thing that you can do as a conservation commission is to just allow the land to sit fallow. We, came here. We did a lot of things. We impacted it. Sitting fallow is not management. And I dread the thought that this piece of property might fall into the hands of someone who just wants to build a beautiful home there and is told that they cannot and should not do anything within 100 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet of that wetland. Because in 40 years, it's going to look like a lot of the outskirts of this property looks now. We have freshwater Phragmites growing along the edge of the saltwater marsh. That tells me that someone is not managing that fresh water as it runs down into the salt marsh, and it's mixing in an area and creating an environment for invasive species. That's going to need to be looked at. I've already talked to these people. They're encouraged about coming before you in the future to talk about that. The area of wetland that's in the middle here, at one time the Belzekians had it beautifully maintained. There are hand-dug-out ditches in there that have been neglected now. That needs to stop. We need to go in there with a management plan, manage that property correctly. And I'm going to prove my point by telling you that for years I have asked towns to not walk away from cranberry bogs. Cranberry bogs are the perfect example of a man-made agricultural wetland. Towns have bought them across the Cape, and they happily have said, we're going to let them go back to nature. Baloney. That's not what happens. Invasive species move in, animals move in. It's a man-made structure. So I'm happy to say now in front of you all that the current way the towns are managing these wetlands is they're going in there with reclaiming plans. It's happening all over Harwich. It's happening down in Falmouth. I don't know if Yarmouth has done one yet, but I know in Harwich there's 3 or 4. They're going in there and tearing it all up, redoing the ditches correctly, putting in boardwalks and walkways, and they have long-term plans for managing it. So please, as you think about this project tonight, a couple of things I just want you to remember. First and foremost, it has been managed continuously. Irrigation systems, mowings. Sure, you could argue there may not have been an animal on there for a couple of years, but the pastures have been mowed and managed, and that's the key to using the property now. The fencing is before you this evening, and I think if we give them permission to put that fencing in, you will find that they're going to do an outstanding job, and they need to come back for a wealth of other things that is only going to benefit the town of Yarmouth. It really is. Because as you all know, as we do these reclaiming areas and we do these proper management of wetlands, the town itself gets some credits, if you will, or mitigation when they're doing the nitrogen loading, when they're looking at that god-awful word, sewering. So believe me, this is a lot bigger picture than this is just before you, than just someone asking for a few goats. This is a great project, and it's a great couple that have the ability, the knowledge, and the wherewithal to move forward. This is not a pipe-dreaming young couple that think they're going to make a living making goat cheese, okay, which unfortunately happens, but it's not in the best interest of the town. This is. And again, I'm here for any questions, or if you'd like to know any more about impacts of either the animals or the manure management plan. They contacted NCRS on their own through me and through my connections. And NRCS is very busy. Current administration, I don't have to mention it, cutbacks are crazy. There's probably a year waiting list to actually get a plan from them. However, they've reviewed this stuff at my request, and they're right on board. This is exactly what they would be asking them to do. And I think that goes milestones to understand who this couple is. What they're proposing is already what the NRS would have asked them to do. So,
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Commissioners, anything, or you want to, go ahead. Brad.
Yeah. Dan, you said that the land has not been fallow and that it's been managed, but then, Leo, you said multiple times that the land has been neglected and the wetland is neglected. So I'm a little confused as to whether or not the land is actually being managed or if it's sitting fallow.
My comments were directly to the wetland areas that we are not talking about encroaching or doing anything in tonight. This area that the Belzekians at one time did maintain it and did have a walkway through there, but that is not what we're in front of you for tonight. And also,
Okay, so your comments aren't actually addressing the
Not on the
project at
farm
hand.
use. There-
farm use has absolutely been managed.
I'm just
Absolutely.
going to jump in there. There is a definition in the WPA. You do have to prove commercial use of the farm for it to still adhere to a wetland exemption, and you have not sold commodities, so it is past the 5 years. So this is to establish farm use at this property. You have not shown that that has continued for the past 5 years, so we are under the agreement that we're establishing the use of the farm. It has not been continually used as a farm.
Yeah, I think we can withhold our opinion on that and go with that as long as everything goes our way. It'll be fine. But again, the specific language in here is land in agricultural use may lie inactive for up to 5 consecutive years. This land was never inactive. It was always irrigated, mowed, maintained. And so.
I think they do
regardless of
specify.
definitions,
Hey, please.
regardless of, there's definitions that conflict a little bit. And the Wetlands Protection Act in general is very supportive of agriculture,
I
as
do
is
agree.
much of Cape Cod. And this is one of the rare jewel farms that are around, and these people are going to manage it beautifully. And it will be a beautiful feature for Yarmouthport for years to come.
We're not arguing that. I'm just saying the application was made to establish the use of a farm, acknowledging that it had not been used for the past 5 years, and that's
Opinion
what
was that
we
it had
are.
not been used, so we are under that.
I mean, if you're saying it has, you do need to provide the burden of proof, which you have not
I
provided. So
understand
we are
that,
going to go
and
with
I
that.
just reserve our ability to,
You can always
yeah,
provide that.
yeah, we
And
can
I do
always
not
provide it,
expect, the WPA has lots of exemptions once you establish use. And there are so many VMPs that I do believe that you will be able to do that, but just saying.
appreciate the difference in opinion there, and that's well respected, and that's why we're here. It's the easiest path is to agree, but reserving the fact that there's some language in there that we could hang our head on otherwise. Thank you.
Bradford, you have other?
No, I was just confused on the fact.
Jack?
Well, profit, as Brittany brought up, is a major part of whether or not you've got a farm for this. And so selling something, not profit itself, but that you're managing it to sell things.
That is,
So-
especially when you're first establishing it, that is important.
Well, that's really pretty much what you're doing, because you've never gone through this process before.
That's not true.
Well, this farm has gone through that process, and it
And what's
was
that?
in 1985 to 87, when the Bilzikans were forming it, they absolutely created a farm. They joined the Farm Bureau. It was a farm, licensed as a farm, and they had production for many, many, many years. On or about 2012, they sold the property, and the middle owner, I don't have a lot of information, interesting character, but he absolutely maintained the irrigation and the, I don't know if he was selling hay, he may have been. I don't know. And
Well, the issue
Excuse me, would people in the audience, please, sir? If you can't sit there quiet, you can leave. That's your two choices. That's your choice, okay? I'm not arguing with you. A lot of people in here, if you start talking, we're not going to get anywhere. So I'm asking you all to be quiet so I can hear what Dan has to say and I can hear what the commissioners have to say. Jack, anything else?
I guess the fencing, you would come back to us for plans on what kind of either maintenance or if it meets the standards, if you're putting in new, if you're replacing it with stone or whatever you're doing.
Yeah, so what we have right now is on the plan, a request for fencing. And, fencing is generally allowed under the Wetlands Protection Act. Your ordinance, of course, would want permission, but it was a split rail fence, would do a very similar post, but in the presentation materials are a couple of options on the types of fence, but be a normal farm fence, and it's against a wetland edge. And also, there's a stone wall out front, and it's proposed we're going to augment that with a short fence on top, because the little suckers can jump. And so we got to put a little bit higher fencing along the stone wall. So there's pictures of that in the materials, and that's all already been provided.
Then why are you putting emphasis on the trail system? That's private property, all of the?
Yeah, it's part of the 17 acres, and I went out there myself and located those fences with a GPS back in 2011. They were beautiful trails. As you know, you probably maintain some trails yourself. If you're not out there every year, they just grow in. So right now, they're grown in. You'd have to go through there with an electric hedge trimmer and trim them up. We're not in there for now, but as is per note number 8, note number 6. Nature trails are shown per Plan Book 641, page 57. That was a redivision plan that we had done some years back, and we had the data, and they're right located with precise to the inch on the old dikes and trails that were there. So for informational purposes, they're shown. Brittany has pointed out, you can't see them right now, but they're there. They just need to be worked up. We're not proposing that today. It's not in our narrative. It's just.
Point being that, is that for the private owners?
Yes.
Not for the public?
The point might be negotiable, but for now, it was just for them to go out there and maintain those areas. They were little bridges and trails, liability being what it is and all that. I couldn't speak for them, but you'll have another bite at the apple. We'll come back in for management of that, and we can certainly discuss whether there was any public access in any of those.
And who are you getting your BMPs? You said Environmental Defense Fund. They don't keep BMPs. they say they agree with certain people or certain organizations, BMPs, but they don't actually create BMPs themselves.
Massachusetts.
So, like, where are they
So
coming from?
whose are we talking about here?
Yeah, so that would be the Soil Conservation Service, NRCS, and they have like manure management, protecting water resources and nutrient pollution. This is
The
put out
state
by the
publication.
Mass Department of Food and Agricultural. And in here, they have managerial processes, creating the composting site, installing and maintaining buffers. They have, stream crossings and some things that aren't necessarily
This doesn't
applicable.
answer my question. The issue is whose BMPs are you going to use?
Oh, well, I do have some documentation that we can submit.
That would be appreciated.
Natasha did generate them based on the documents from the NRCS, their standards, and we can supply those in writing that describe some of the manure management. She had given them to John Locke to review and was hoping that he could say okay, but again, they're like an agency that doesn't really like to get into local stuff, but he had initially reviewed it, said this is right what would recommend. I can't really make any firm comments, to a local board, but she was hoping to get a little bit more affirmation before she presented that he had approved it or looked at it. But we can certainly present that data for you tomorrow, and you can have plenty of time if we continue the meeting. Or I could, I don't know, with her permission, read in some of it. But those are the ways that we do it. It's cover the shed, have it
Dan,
on
I'm
an
gonna-
impervious surface for the composting.
And I'm going to stop you
Number
there.
of-
You're
a
just
number of
repeating we've heard about the covered shed, we've heard about all that, we need to move ahead.
Fair enough.
Anybody
For now,
else?
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I answer his question about money?
I have a question. Ellie's.
Before it's set, before we open.
Right. Let's talk about wetlands. Seems to be,
While we're here.
yeah, while we're here, let's talk about the adjacent wetlands. I'm just trying to understand what the water does, in a high flood time. And there were a lot of public comments on record, and one of them in particular was from a neighbor who had some correspondence with someone from the city on the shell fishing in Hallett's Mill Pond, which you don't really locate on the plan, but the concern then is that that pond has been closed because of, I think, who wrote this? Cassandra from, she's the Town of Yarmouth Division of Natural Resources. Apparently there has been some fecal coliform bacteria, et cetera, et cetera. So obviously that probably is a concern of specifically this neighbor, as well as I'm sure other people in the audience. So I know you know the land, and I want to know how this flows and why you chose to put the manure composting area so close, or appears to be close to the pond. And I wasn't so concerned until I saw that there is a culvert under the road that goes directly into the pond. So logically, you're thinking, well, that probably will take, that probably would take some, manure, whatever. I mean, so my question is, have you looked at the impact to this pond? Have you looked at the shape of this culvert? And are you concerned at all with the location of the proposed manure composting area as it relates to the impact to the adjacent wetland, i.e. pond?
Sure. So Dan Ojala from Down Cape. I'll respond to that. The manure was chosen because it's on the high point of a hill, and you're right. There is a small pond on the 1950s plan. It was just a little ditch with a pipe underneath Mill Lane, and there's no question that during a large storm event, some runoff from our site could enter that wetland system and go under the pond and into Hallett's Mill Pond, which is the concern for shell fishing. And Dr. Gable, who is the westerly abutter, brought that up in a well-written letter. And the answer is, and the answer is no, I'm not concerned because it's a roof structure with an impervious bottom. So were it an open pit with a pad that was tipped towards that side, then yes, I think that there would be a chance in a huge event that it could somehow travel, 50 feet across a level field, down the drive, and possibly get into that. It absolutely could. But with a roof on it and walls on three sides and an impervious bottom, there's no chance for that, any significant amount of water to come and go into that. And there is a vegetable garden that's about 40 feet away, but again, it's a vegetable garden. She lightly dusts it with a little bit of compost. This compost has been thermatically, it's inert, it does not have pathogens in it, it's natural. Any soil that you pick up has, many bacteria living in it, and that's what makes the circle of life work, all the funguses and bacteria. But she manages it, and she would not put it on at a time when you've got a huge thunderstorm coming or something. And I would say, too, that that is a beautiful little wetland with natural cattails in it. It's well managed, and it provides, it's a very good filter in and of itself, and it's probably a slow drain under the road. But I'm not saying that anything's getting in there, but just in the off chance that somebody could say that it would, it's probably one of the better ways you could ever treat anything before it got over to a salt marsh.
The conundrum is you do want that flow. I mean, you want that flow. So
And there's some
you don't
natural
want this farm
flow,
to sit
yeah.
in water when it does flood. So
Yes.
did you do due diligence and check that the culvert is doing its job?
Not recently. I shot at the inverted 7-1 on the north side, and it was a little less on the south when we shot it, but I haven't been in there lately. But as a condition of approval, we could certainly review that and clean it out if needed.
Yeah, I think that's in the interest of the farm.
Yeah, yeah, and in terms of coastal flooding.
Absolutely.
Yeah, in terms of coastal flooding, the highest flood we've ever gotten is about a 10.3 with one of those big nor'easters a few years back, and that would barely get up into that little pond area. The majority of the site is high and dry of that.
Plateaued.
Yeah, it is, and to your point, the compost is up on a hill that could tip that way, but it's got a roof on it and a solid bottom, and therefore not an issue.
So what you're saying, though, is that you are confident the manure is intact?
Yes.
And so that's a given, that's good. And that what I'm saying is you want the water, you want the rainfall to flow away under the street and.
Yeah, as it always has, there's a pretty good gradient down, and the road is,
Work in your favor, so
Yeah.
yes, I'd like that as a condition to have the culvert looked at.
Thank you.
you.
Paul? Yeah, thank you for the interesting discussion. The thing is that I guess I have to get some clarity on, at this particular point, has a specific farm plan been presented? Brittany?
They submitted a farm plan,
Did, and is it?
It is
Okay, so.
a couple pages.
So, our job right now is to possibly approve that farm plan or to do something else.
At this point, I think we would still need some additional information to
Yeah.
address
So that's kind of
questions.
my point. There seems like there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle that have to be considered. There seems to be some disagreement in terms, I think, in terms of whether or not this has been a continuing farm operation. It seems like, from what Brittany said, is that there's some doubt as to that. And I think rather than us getting involved in that kind of discussion, we take it from the point of what does the presentation or the submission of a farm plan and a consideration of that plan based on our responsibilities having to do with the Wetland Protection Act and those types of things. I'm sure there are people sitting in the audience who are in favor of this proposal, and maybe there's somebody who doesn't like the proposal. But the thing is, I think our job, in my opinion, is to get really clarity in terms of what is the specific farm plan having to do with manure, having to do with runoff, having to do with rebuilding fences, all the rest of it, and all the information we can get to clearly understand that and how it applies to this obviously incredible piece of property that was used in a certain way in the past, that fell into some disuse, and now you do have people interested in creating a plan for consideration to make it a farm again, and that's what we would do, is consider that specific plan and not, not kind of get caught in the middle in terms of emotions regarding what this area should be or what it shouldn't be. So anyway, if that makes any sense at all, I would just like to have those thoughts considered as we move along. That's just my opinion.
I think what we have to understand is it's our job to protect the wetlands and the water quality.
Right.
And that's what we're focusing on. Not our job to worry about smells and
Yeah.
traffic and other things, and diseases or whatever, mad cow disease, someone said. So we need to focus on that.
And that has to be clear to us.
Right.
The plan has to be specific to those things.
Right.
Otherwise, it's very difficult to kind of understand the pluses and minuses in terms of how to make it something that these folks who own it want it to be.
Yep.
Okay? And then, as far as I'm concerned, speaking only for myself, then I could vote in accordance with that specific plan. And if I think, personally, if it doesn't meet the criteria having to do with our responsibilities, then I would not be in favor of it. If it meets all of those criteria, and I think there's more to add to that too, then we would go from there.
I think we have some concerns, and you've answered some of them. We know the nature trails are not relevant to what we're talking about, so we won't talk about it anymore. I do have a question of where you mentioned the vegetable area and the orchard. I assume the orchard is somewhere.
Yeah, well, there's a large fruit tree here. I believe there's some others in this area here. The red is the big fenced flower garden. That's the proposed fence on the north
Where's
side.
the vegetables going?
Yeah, that would be the mostly cut flowers there. I don't know that specifically we're doing,
Vegetables?
yeah, same area.
Okay, and are they intending to have a farm stand?
As I said, not at this time.
Okay.
We'll be back if we want to do that, but, yeah.
When you've mentioned this compost area, which is a concern of mine, and how high is the wall over?
So it goes from 0 to about 3 feet high is what we've got shown there. To get the roof on it, I'll probably nudge it forward a little bit about where it says area in the proposed manure composting area on the site plan.
Yeah.
And then it'll look like basically just a shed, little shed roof, similar to that. Yep, yeah.
Okay, that looks higher than 3 feet, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, exactly. This one, correct, yeah.
So is the roof, is it open in the back then?
It's a three-sided, open in the front, so you can access.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, so my only
Built
concern.
into the hill a little
Only
bit.
concern is one of the pictures you sent, which wasn't roofed, is that the compost pile looked higher than the walls.
There it is.
That one there.
Yep,
And
yep.
I would not approve that.
Yeah, well, unless there's a roof that isn't shown, but it doesn't look like there is one,
Right,
yeah.
I
No,
mean, I don't want-
understood. Best management practices, and again, to the point made earlier, Brittany went through this very carefully and had about 4 questions, including, show where the flower garden is, and the compost area. We'd have a plan worked up, and we'll submit that probably tomorrow, that goes over with more specificity, the exact things I've described, just so you have it in writing. Keep it aerobic, all the things we talked about. And again, we've talked with the local NRCS rep, and he read the farm plan, and it was very comfortable. But we want to make sure that we talk to him again before putting that in writing.
Anything else from the commission? Ms. Brittany?
As Dan said, I submitted some questions, and so I do appreciate the detail they've provided so far, but I would like for the owners to submit specifically the BMPs that they are deploying and where. Just saying we're going to follow all the BMPs. I just do need to know how they're doing it, what they are. And you did mention there's a roof on the composting area, and we are looking at, they do specify the amount of times weekly manure will be removed from the feeding area, but not from the pasture. I'm looking for detail
Yes.
on
3 times a week. Yep, we'll put that in writing.
Okay, yeah, just put that in writing for us. I'm happy to keep the trails on the map, even though they're not going to be maintained because of the prior permit. And I just do want to make a note that someone said a good vegetated buffer exists. There's little to zero vegetated buffer that exists between the pasture lawn area and the vegetated wetland. It ranges between 0 and maybe 12, 15 feet in some areas. Some areas the pasture butts right up against to the vegetated wetland. However, that's not the most landward resource area at the site. There is a coastal bank, which the pasture goes right through. So there is elevations. The coastal bank is delineating that floodplain break, and so the goats will be grazing on and below the coastal bank in portions of this property. And so the buffer zones you see on the plan, there are coastal bank and wetland, but the ones that are called out on this side are only for the wetland. Just note that there is a coastal bank landward of that. And so that means there is a gradual slope downward to the wetlands in most of the pasture area. And so that's primarily my concern, is just maintaining the ability to prevent a disturbance in water quality from entering those wetlands.
100%. And
We need something from in the plans that.
Yeah, in those written comments through the BMP descriptions, just describe how you're going to.
won't put the feeding stations adjacent to the fence. We'll keep them up on the higher side of the pasture. We'll clean up all the trimmings 3 times a week and follow the other BMPs that they suggest. And yes, and having everything on the east side, again, that's towards the wetland that's not near the shellfish area, just to be absolutely clear. It's way, way away from them hydraulically.
And so working with NRCS, I understand they're not going to create a farm plan for you. You have been working with them to review your plan. You've seemed like you've been able to get a meeting with them so far. They've reviewed something.
We know the right people.
But they're not willing to put something in writing approving the farm plan or making suggestions. Why not?
Well, I'll give you a little brief history. I don't know if any of you know or not, but it was created back in the 1930s for the Dust Bowl. And the reason is that most farmers did not want to take best management practices from federal employees, and we were known to run them off the farm with a shotgun. So what happened was in 1930, the local group established what is called the Conservation District. Conservation District is a contracted farmers sign with the local group, and then there is a local USDA representative from the federal government who runs the local NRCS office. So with all that said, I will just once again say that because of federal funding, because of a lot of layoffs, because a lot of early retirees, and because Cape Cod lacks farmers. I mean, the federal government is bringing its resources to areas that need it. And right now, Cape Cod is not a big call for farmers. We are losing cranberry growers. I think there's 5 of us left on the Cape. And when I started the business 30 years ago, there had to be 30 or 40 of us here. I'm pushing it if there's 5 left. So there's not an awful lot of work for the local NRCS office. They, again, have criteria that you have to meet. We have to join the district first. That's the application process. That takes time. And then, as Dan said earlier, they review the plans on financial requirements first and foremost. So if you are of poverty level income, they will review your plan first. Fortunately for this couple, they're not of that criteria. So it was told to me that if they file everything now, it won't be a year before they'll actually get a plan. But off the record and not being able to write a letter, they said that the plan that I submitted and all the stuff that you have in front of you is exactly what they would have required. And I stand on my word on that one. They don't come to meetings. They don't try to enforce their beliefs on local boards and committees. I don't know if you've had them come before you before, but that's not what they do. They basically are here to help the farmers.
Okay, understood.
So.
Anything else?
My last item is that no vista pruning would be included in this farming permit, but I understand they'd be coming back to us for other things, so they shouldn't continue doing that until they have a permit for it. Thank you.
Anybody else in the commission?
I just wanted clarity on what they need to provide. There's a lot of talk about best management practices. Are they simply going to have to revise this addendum? Is that what we're looking for?
In addition to, I mean, everything we discussed here, in addition to that, I sent Dan a couple of questions, but it's kind of been discussed already, just a description of the BMPs that they're talking about.
It'll be in your hands,
Yeah.
probably tomorrow, just pending Leo's final review, but the BMPs are all carefully discussed. Most of the concerns seem to focus around, manure management, composting, and their effective, whether that will leach or won't leach. And so that's what we focused on, was that manure management and composting plan. And you'll have that in your hand probably tomorrow, and plenty of time to review it for the next meeting.
Dave?
Yes.
Don't forget erosion.
Yes. Yeah, and there's language specifically in the Wetlands Protection Act that talks about erosion on fields and best management practices, and it's all about moving the crop, moving the herd, and not overtaxing the soil, and we're following those best management practices as well.
I would also like to make a recommendation, Dan. Instead of having an additional addendum to our farm plan plus addendum, can we combine the whole farm plan into a single PDF with all the addendums?
Yes.
With a new date?
Document.
Yeah.
Nice and clean.
So that we can just stamp one thing,
Appendix
approved.
A, yeah, no
Yes,
problem.
just so it's all the information's in one clear spot.
Be happy to do that.
Okay, can you keep it short?
I will keep it very short. I just want to answer Mr. Frost's question or comment that if you are going to deliberate at any time on what is agriculture or isn't agriculture, I want to enlighten him that there's only two statutes under the Massachusetts General Law, 61A, which requires you to file permits with the local tax board to get a tax break. And if you want to do that, you have to show a certain amount of income produced by agriculture. The other one is half of 40A Section 3. If you have 2 acres or less, you can qualify as an agricultural use if you produce $1,000 per annually per acre. If you have 5 acres or more, there is no requirement for income. And also, I will remind you, under 128(1)A, the Massachusetts definition of agriculture, there is no language requiring a farmer to make money or show income. It's very clear that agricultural practices are defined in that statute. So I just want to make sure you realize that.
No, you have to try to make money.
Trying, making money, and showing that you've made money are two entirely different things.
Trying
But-
that counts.
Pardon me?
It's the trying that.
Absolutely. Well, again, as far as the Wetland Protection Act goes, I know cranberry bogs that are mowed continuously, year after year after year, and some growers do not grow a crop, but they do not lose their agricultural exemptions or their agricultural status, even though they have not produced a single cranberry. But they are doing their due diligence. They're poor cranberry growers, I guess. So the statute's pretty clear. You do not have to show income.
I think we can go around and around on
Please.
that one.
We have a lot of people here who've been very patient, and I appreciate it. Obviously, you can see from our meeting that there was lots of controversy from the very first person coming up in front of us, and remember, we are all volunteers too. So, and we put a lot of time into this and a lot of our heart to keep the environment safe and clean and all of those things. So, what I would like is, if you would like to speak, if I could see how many people are going to ask to talk, if you could just stand up, so I just see how many people are there. Okay, great. So if we could keep I'm not going to try to interrupt you, but I'm going to say what I said earlier, and that is that if you can keep your focus to wetlands, water quality, and if you don't, I'm going to kind of politely, I hope, interrupt you and say, can we refocus? And if somebody says something you were going to say, we hear it from the first person. We don't need to hear it from the second, third, and fourth person. So if you would introduce yourself and give us your talk, that would be great. If you can limit yourself to 2 or 3 minutes, that would be fine, too.
Yes, my name is Ron Gable, and I'm an abutter. We share a boundary with 88 and 100 Mill Lane.
A little louder, please.
My concern has to do with water quality, and it specifically has to do with the contamination of Mill Pond with the runoff from the barn, from the farm. As you probably know, Mill Pond has a fragile environmental status in that the Shellfish Constable shuts down the pond to shell fishing several times a year, usually after heavy rainfall. And that, of course, has to do with the runoff from any property that feeds into the pond. A few facts. There are 7 stalls in the barn. The proposal is for 32 animals, and that leaves 25 who are going to be constantly outside, presumably depositing their manure in the pasture land. Mr. Ojala mentioned that the manure is going to be harvested from the pasture land 3 times a week. That means that in the vast majority of the time, the manure is going to be available for runoff. And the composting area is all well and good, but it will not contain all of the manure by any stretch during the continuous period. Just a few more facts. The barn is about 140 feet from the wetlands. The hydrostatic barrier from the barn down to the low tide, mean low tide, is approximately 28 feet. So there is ample, in fact, very strong hydrostatic down gradient from the area that the manure is going to be produced into the pond. So my concern really is, and I'm fairly certain from the facts, and I think that I could conjure up some more data to assert that the manure that's going to be produced by these 32 animals will in fact contaminate the waterway or the mill pond. Do you have any questions of me and my assertion of facts?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question for Dan, though. Is there a reason why you can't move the compost to another place on the land?
No, there's, again, you could think of it as a sealed unit, so if we wanted to move it to the north side of the barn, we could do that. Right now, it's more than 100 feet from the wetland, which I just thought was a nice thing. It gets it out of your jurisdiction, but if there's a reason to move it, you show me where and I'll analyze it, and I would be happy to look at that as an option.
But again, there's no moving pasture land, and as I said, there will be occupancy of animals on that pasture land 24 hours a day. And if it's harvested 3 times a week, that's not going to cut it. It really doesn't make much difference because especially in a rainfall, there is 100% certainty that coliform bacteria will leach from that manure.
Thanks for your comment. Who is next, please?
Excuse me, please keep your comments only to if you're at the podium. Thank you.
Please, people, if you can't be quiet, you can leave. Those are your 2 options. I don't know who's talking
If you
back there.
continue ignoring us, we will ask you to leave. Thank you.
My name is Paul Galvin, 25 Gingerbread Lane, Yarmouthport. I have kind of a point of information. Before things started, and Mr. Chairman, you realized that there was quite a crowd here, and you pre-chastise us, I mean that lightly, for making sure that if we came up and we talked about the relevance of why we're here tonight. And I agree with that. But the first 15 minutes of presentation was anything but that. And I may be alone in thinking that, but we got a history of the farm and this donkey and that goat, which you had told us at the beginning, not why we were here. And it wasn't until you brought us back by asking a question, getting back to the reason we're here. And I just want to make a point of that, because I think most of the people who are going to speak and have something to say are going to be relevant to what we hear tonight. But it got way out of that after you made the chastisation to the people who hadn't even yet spoken. So
I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm done. No, thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Sanjay Palit. I live in that neighborhood, actually 3 or 4 houses from there. One of the things I do is I walk every morning and I pass by that property. It's a beautiful place, very peaceful. It's a good thing I came here to this hearing. I learned a lot of stuff which I didn't know. One of the things that's happening is you are hearing by hearsay. Oh, there will be goats, there will be cheese making or whatever. Is it possible to get a business plan? I understand this is an agricultural business. I don't know anything about agriculture or the conservation, but is there a document that we can get hold of which gives a business plan and what the future would be? I'm more interested in the future, not in the past. And it will be very helpful for the people who live there to get an idea exactly what the plans are. And I don't understand all the things that you have talked about. Those are technical details. But I have worked all my life professionally in a business organization. And I know how business organizations work.
Okay, thank you. I know what you're saying. It's
Thank you.
100% relevant to us, but I think it's a good question, and
A farm plan with a timeline was provided in the application material. You can find it in the publicly available material online.
you can find it online.
We can go on the website.
Yes.
The farm plan is a pretty good layout of just what you're talking about.
Next, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Stain, and my wife Rachel's and my property looks directly across Water Street at 88 Mill Lane. We have submitted a letter detailing the proposed project's numerous serious conservation-related problems. Rather than repeat the points in that here, I want to use my limited time to zoom out and focus the Commission on the big picture. I do want to note in passing that we're grateful that the Commission has already recognized that the farm has been fallow and hasn't operated in 13 years, and therefore the full weight of the wetlands regulations should apply. Today, Hallett's Mill Pond, Mill Creek, Short Wharf Creek, and Water Street's vegetation and wildlife-rich conservation land are gems. They are supporting commercial shell fishing, kayaking, diverse wildlife, including majestic shorebirds and beautiful vistas. To reach that point, however, took decades of effort. For 30 years, Mill Pond was closed to shell fishing due to fecal coliform bacteria. It took the town's major commitment, funding, and water quality data collection efforts to convince the Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries to reopen it in 2012, when the Belazekians, interestingly, sold that property. Since then, as the town strives to revitalize shell fishing there, the EPA has still repeatedly deemed these waters impaired due to fecal coliform bacteria. And it's not true, as was noted by Mr. Ohala, that the maximum high tide is only during a flood, 10 foot 3 inches. You can go on NOAA and see the data that it's 10.6 at least every single year. For years, stormwater runoff has contributed to nitrogen exceedances in these waters.
As Mr. Kakunis, perhaps I'm pronouncing his name incorrectly, noted, there are already lots of Phragmites in the area, and that comes from excess nitrogen. Again, the town has committed to a multi-phase, multi-million-dollar plan to combat such exceedances in Yarmouth. It should do all it can to avoid seeding such exceedances by letting 32 farm animals nitrogen-rich excrement within 130 feet of these waters. Goats may not be, and particularly dwarf goats, may not be as large as cows or horses, but you can look up that the percent nitrogen content of their manure is greater. For 15 to 20 years, diverse wildlife has freely migrated across Water Street's conservation land and used the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program's area just off of Mill Lane, 88 Mill Lane. They have been unimpeded, those animals, by the proposed alterations and wall of fencing. Having prioritized protecting these lands, the wetlands, and increasing the endangered wildlife, the town should not abandon that regulatory approach out of fear of denying a farm or mischaracterization that this commercial property somehow would restore the prior farm. Since 88 Mill Lane's farm application 40 years ago, our neighborhood has changed a lot. For instance, my lot was vacant. The 2-acre lot abutting 88 Mill and along Mill Pond was also vacant and was used as an animal pasture by the then owners. 88 Mill itself was a gentleman's farm. Neighbors would collect or catch and return animals that strayed. It wasn't a commercial operation, never mind the 5 different commercial operations that have been proposed here. Mr. Ohala forgot to mention in his comments the business plan's mention of a creamery and a dairy as well. And that Taylor Bray Farm is run by the town and is non-commercial. And much less was known about animal impact and animal-to-animal disease risk, such as mid-July's first case of West Nile virus in Massachusetts that was identified in a farm animal, which was in a goat. Time and extensive effort have taught us how important and fragile Mill Pond, Mill Creek, and the surrounding areas are to all the things that this commission is supposed to consider: shell fishing, wildlife migration, and recreation, and wetlands. For these reasons, and several identified in our letter, we do not believe that the proposed farm at 8800 Mill Lane would be compliant with the town's or the state's environmental regulations, and urge the commission not to put us and our fragile resources at risk. I have just 2 questions I'd like to raise with members of who represent the applicants, if I could. One,
Who are you asking the questions to?
to the folks at the table.
I think we need to move ahead. Can you put them in writing and?
Sure. We offered to submit questions in writing to Brittany earlier before the hearing, and we're told that we were unable to do that.
No.
But I'd be happy to read the 2 now to
Read
the commission,
2.
if that'd be helpful.
Yeah, read the 2, but I'm not expecting Dan to answer them. He'll answer them later.
The Commonwealth's manure management guidance, which was filed by the applicant, says that manure should be stored in a covered, contained, impermeable facility able to hold 3 to 6 months of manure and not, quote, on sloped lands or areas, end quote. The proposed initial 32 animals will generate hundreds of pounds, or by some estimates, more than half a ton of manure per week. Doesn't the planned open-air concrete manure pad and its proposed location by a steep slope not comply with that guidance? And if that's true, how can the plan be modified to comply? Second, that same manure management guidance, again, filed by the applicant, says that manure should not be spread in the winter or early spring. As noted, the proposed initial 32 animals will generate hundreds of pounds, if not more, of manure each week. The applicant's late addendum suggests that the applicant is considering a BioVator 308. This is a steel tube that's roughly 3 feet by 8 feet, estimated to process about 60 pounds of manure per day. That's 360 pounds a week if you're running 6 days a week, and that is only a fraction of the amount of manure generated by these animals. What will the applicant do with the remaining hundreds of pounds of manure per week, generally, and especially during the non-spreading parts of the year? Thank you.
Yeah, would be happy to reply in writing to that. Those are pretty straightforward questions, and I have a few comments about his comments, but I'll save them. Thank you.
Next, please.
I'm Brian Hardy. I live at 14 Hilsey. My wife and I are both here tonight. We totally admire this property, and we welcome Natasha and Oliver to the neighborhood. And I don't think there's any doubt from any of the neighbors in their ability to operate and maintain a farm. A couple of things I think went missing, and I put this in my comments that I submitted, and that is the Massachusetts Flood Risk Model 2050. If you look at that model, it totally engulfs that whole barn area, the manure area, which was brought up earlier about why it has to be on the corner of Mill Lane and Water Street. If you look at the town record, Mill Lane, Water Street, Wharf Lane are, I'm drawing a blank on the termination, but they're considered scenic byways, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm curious as to, are there any kind of additional regulations or standards that need to be met in order to have anything, any project put on that? So that's more of a question. The other question I have too is this best management practice. We've heard that term used quite a bit here tonight. And I'm curious as to who's managing that. And we don't have to answer it tonight, but I think it's a great question. Who manages it? Is it the property owner? Is it you as a conservation commission? Because if it's the property owner, it's literally like having an employee handbook with one employee, right? Who's going to look at that? Who's going to make sure that those best management practices are being upheld? And again, I'm not, I've done a little bit of research on Good Hope, and it seems like they operate a very tight-knit farm, and I don't discredit that. But what if, right? And as someone, I live 50 yards from the barn. So I'm not a direct abutter because I'm past 100, but I'm 150 feet from the barn. So I'm really concerned. That's all I have. And also too, I want to thank Joshua Stain. He's put a lot of effort in. I've had a lot of dialogue with him, and I really appreciate what he's done, what he said, and the passion around the neighbors, et cetera. So thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Zoom.
Hi, my name is Michael Harity, sorry. I'm at a butter, probably less than 50 feet from the property that we're discussing tonight.
What address?
122 Water Street.
Thank you.
So primarily, I'm up here to really support everything that my neighbors Joshua and Brian just went over, and Dr. Gable as well. So even in my letter that was submitted, a lot of those items were actually covered. What's still unclear to me is we keep talking about these goats that like they're pets, and what the compost situation will be. Can someone give me or tell me exactly what 32 goats will produce for urine and compost or manure? If I'm 50 yards away or less, what am I going to see? What am I going to smell?
Yeah, we'd be happy to provide some estimates.
I know we'll get
It's
those, but
standard,
we're
they're
not
not
getting these
cows,
questions
that's for
up
sure.
front or even covered in the plan. So I'm appreciative of being able to speak like this, but at the same time, this information on this level is really slow in coming to us in the community. So it's really hard for us to kind of get behind our new neighbors if that's what they want to do.
Okay.
And that's all I had. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Rosen. I'm Josh's wife. And I just want to point out, I'm actually a pediatric gastroenterologist, so my whole life is dealing with small poop and how little poop has a very big impact on disease. And so I do just want to reiterate what Dr. Gable had said, which is, I've seen people with meningitis. I've seen people with E. coli-related sepsis and things like that. And I think until you've seen it, you don't understand what the impact of this is in the community.
What you're saying, but I'm going to guess that's going to be something to deal with the health department.
It is.
not
It
with
will
us.
be. But I just want to make sure that this concept of small poop is just a misnomer.
Okay, thank you. Next.
My name is Kathy Harity. I live at 122 Water Street. My husband, Michael, just spoke. A couple of things. I'm actually surprised how far along some of this project was. Just to put a couple of things, I heard through this gentleman earlier that they already met with Conservation and I think Board of Health, I thought I heard, prior
Director.
to, excuse me?
Health Director.
Okay, Health Director. I was just at a Board of Health meeting on Monday, and they knew nothing about this project, which I think is extremely important for them to know about. And also, just as an abutter, I'm only 100 feet away, and all I did was get a form letter in the mail, had no idea what this was, and it arrived on July 7th at my house. So I know when everyone's saying about being a good neighbor, it would have been really nice to know somebody who I can pretty much see the barn from here to here to know what was going on.
Again,
So
can we
I have one
stick to
question.
the water problem issue?
Yep.
Okay.
No, this is a question actually that was in their application. And I'm wondering, it says, is the applicant genuinely willing, as the application states, to leave the site as is without land alterations, fencing, or commercial farming and other businesses? So that was in their application, and I'm wondering if that's genuinely a consideration. Thank you.
I'm not sure I understand that one.
They came to us, how long ago?
I'm sorry?
How long ago did they come to us? Did we have our first hearing?
I don't know. All the abutter notices were sent out as required by the
I
WPA.
mean, did they come, is this our second hearing or our first?
This is our first hearing on this item.
I just want to be clear, this is our first hearing with the, about the farm, so we haven't hidden anything or anything. You know, we've spent
Yeah.
2 weeks looking at the plans and going to the farm. I've been there twice. So, you know, there's nothing hidden here about previous meetings or, you know, we can't meet, the four of us can't meet, two of us can meet, but four of us can't meet without breaking laws. So I just want to be clear that there's nothing subversive going on at this side of the table. Is there anybody else? I have to move to the online people. Are there anybody on Zoom? Could you raise your hand?
Gary's iPhone.
Gary?
What is it?
Glenn.
Glenn? Wow.
Glenn?
Guess I need new glasses. Glenn's iPhone.
Glenn Beasley.
There you go, Glenn. Can you talk?
Thank you for your time.
Glenn, you're going to have to talk a little louder.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
That's good. Thank you for the time, and two quick questions. One is to understand the standards, and it's regarding the containment, and I think it's really, what is the measure? Is it the fact that there was a high tide at 10'3" or 10'6", or is it the 100-year or 1,000-year storm that arc that's driven, that seems to drive all of us towards whether it's insurance or water protection and building? And we should use those standards, or are we using some other standard to develop the place where that containment center is?
Okay, second question?
And the second question I have is regarding the wetlands and some of the overgrowth. And I certainly appreciate our new neighbors at least giving us a hint that you'll be working with the commission to start to address some of those phragmites and the other problems that we're having. But my question to the commission is, before another truck moves on the area, the current condition of the marsh, the Kevin Street Bridge area in particular, and along Water Street, and the fact that it seems to be failing as we are, and since this is another additional impact it might have, is the commission going to be involved in really looking at the current position and restoring or firming up the current state of our road area and marsh area in particular? Thank you.
Thank you. Just taking notes. Is there anybody else online? I don't see another hand raised. Okay.
Question, though, is the road in our purview?
No.
Okay.
There is another person, Lindsay.
Okay, Lindsay, you just came up, yep.
Hi, everybody. This is Lindsay Kittredge and Justin Kittredge at 154 Kevany Lane. I think we're not going to be offering anything new in the concerned department here, just, supporting the fact that, that enough research and forthcoming information gets put out towards the neighborhood that are abutting this land and this project in a fair and concise manner, knowing how quickly this kind of came to our attention, and the more information that's out there, obviously, the more that that we'll feel more comfortable. But Justin and I both share everybody's concerns that are put forth here today. So just wanted to jump on board and share that.
Thank you. Have another hand underneath there.
Sam.
Sam?
Sam.
Sam? Thank goodness someone has good eyes.
Good thing Bradford's here. I can read that.
Sam, are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I'm the son of Joshua Stain and Rachel Rosen, live on 128 Water Street. I was just wondering, since this is a commercial goat farm, I assume there'd be, many more trucks and coming in to deliver feed and that kind of thing.
Sam, that's not within our purview, how many trucks go in and out.
Right, yes, but what is in the context of the conservation is that more trucks and traffic would bring a lot more oil, and given that there's a paved road there, that's impervious surface, which is pretty close to the wetlands. So while the traffic is not within the jurisdiction of the Conservation Committee, the oil and pollution directly next to a wetland marsh would be. So I'd be curious about kind of what the increased traffic and what the increased traffic would cause as far as oil and gas seeping onto pavement that could easily be washed right into
we can't answer that question, nor is it in our purview to worry about people. I mean,
Driving on a public road,
there are
unfortunately.
hundreds of things that could happen that I could start naming, but doesn't mean it's going to. So I'm sorry to say.
We do have a standard condition whenever there's work done on a property that no construction vehicle or regular vehicle can be refueled or washed within 100 feet of a wetland. So that will be included as a standard condition like it is on every one of our other permits.
Awesome, thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you. Do you see anybody else there? My eyes.
No, that's it.
Not at the moment.
No, okay. Anybody else in the audience before I close this off? So, anybody else have anything here? Dan, I wouldn't mind if you could look at moving the manure, because that seems to be a major issue. And the further away you can move it, the better off, I think. Everybody will be happy, so I would.
They want you to move it into the 100.
Yeah, that's the only location on the property outside the 100-foot
Seems
buffer.
like an odd request.
Say that again?
It's one of the only locations on the property outside the 100-foot buffer.
This is.
It isn't right beside Dr. Gable's house, which I don't think he'd appreciate. There's room over there, but that's not neighborly.
I think one question that came up, I think is important. What do you do with the manure during the winter if they're not going to clean it, take it up?
Yeah, 100%. We'll address that with a little bit more detail on the manure management plan. And it's, commonly done, horse farms truck it away. We'll put some language in there.
And best management practice has been said, but I think we need more details on that.
Yes.
Fair to say.
Can I say one more thing, David?
Absolutely.
If you go to the Agenda Center and you click the link in the title, it brings you to all of our public files where all of this information is uploaded immediately once it comes to our inbox. So it goes in there as quickly as we get it. It'll be organized as best we could between original material, revised material, but it'll always be online available to the public. If you don't want to use your computer, you can come in to the Conservation Office and view the full-size plans.
Also, Dan, you keep mentioning 3 times a week, and somebody did ask about why 3 times and how do they arrive at that. Maybe you could talk about that. not now, but later, next time.
My tongue is tied.
That'll be a first, come on. I think that's all I had from my notes.
One quick question.
Absolutely.
Do we want the best management practices to address lawn maintenance? Or is that,
Can you say it again? I couldn't hear you.
we want the best management practices to address lawn management, the management of the lawn? Or is that?
It's the pasture, right? It'll
Yeah,
be,
the goats-
it'll be
Goats will
included.
mainly take care of that. If there's an unused pasture, would probably continue to mow it as it always has been every 2 weeks, and it's irrigated, so it doesn't scald and form a dust bowl.
So we're going to continue. I have one
It's
question.
21st.
Sorry, Paul.
Just thinking about, I think it was mentioned here along the line, Taylor Bray Farm. And Taylor Bray Farm, does it operate, I don't expect an answer to this right now, but does it operate under a farm plan? And is it at all relevant to this particular, the establishment of this farm plan or farm site?
It's not relevant to this site, no.
What?
It's operated by the town. It's not relevant to this project, though.
It's not what? I can't-
Relevant.
Not relevant. To what?
To this project.
They're not the same type of farm.
Why not?
What? What do you mean?
I mean, they're both on the marsh,
They're a similar location.
yeah? So there's nothing in the existence of the Taylor Bray Farm that would be at all pertinent to the establishment or the continuation of a farm on this site. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know the answer to that question, Paul.
I'm not,
Would be happy to look into it. If it's
Happy
easily
would.
available, we could
Yeah.
incorporate.
Taylor Bray
stuff,
Farm is
you know.
also a national,
we
it's a
have
historic
farm
place,
established
so.
in Yarmouth, Taylor Bray Farm. Nothing about that farm would be relevant to the establishment of a farm in another part of the town?
I'd say most of the farm, especially with the animals, I'm going to guess are further than 100 feet.
Maybe, but that's the thing. I just was kind of curious about that, because that's the only farm we have on the,
You don't want these people following Taylor Bray Farms practices, sir.
well, then that's,
That's the way I can say it.
Maybe
You
that's
don't
an
want them
issue, too.
following their practices.
okay. All right, well, maybe that's what I wanted to know.
Please. Absolutely.
But there is another farm in Yarmouth, and it's on Kevaney Lane. It's an organic farm, and there's a farm stand on Kevaney.
Yeah, way up near 6A.
Pardon?
The one way up on 6A where they have the farm stand?
It's toward 6A.
Yeah.
And to the best of my knowledge, there's absolutely no concern by any of the neighbors about the practices on that farm. So what you're hearing tonight from abutters to 88-100 is in sharp contrast to people who live near the organic farm on Kevaney.
Yeah, I didn't know that that was actually a farm. I know he raises nice vegetables.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't have animals, but
That's why it's not.
There's a difference.
well,
Thank you. I
but-
don't want to prolong anything.
all right.
We've got to move ahead here. We still have more business to do, so.
And August
We haven't
21st
voted yet.
or later? Dan.
Dan?
Dan.
Yeah, 21st.
Okay.
Okay, so before you people leave, we'll probably be rehearing this on the 21st. Okay? They're going to come back with their answers and their new plan, if they have parts of the new plan, and,
Before, so have plenty of time to review.
right, but we will be meeting on the 21st, and you're welcome to go online, probably the Thursday before that, and look at what his new plan is.
All right, let's get a motion.
I'll
We
move to
need-
continue.
We need to vote to continue, and Bradford has put the motion. Can I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We'll continue to the 21st. Thank you. So if I could ask people to leave quietly so we can move ahead, that would be great. Oh, wait.
I just want to point out one thing you didn't mention was that a tide of 10 feet is unusual.
Yes. That's mean low water datum. It's
I don't know.
If you use,
That's high tide.
yeah, and it's a 10-foot tide. Going from mean low to high is 10, but where I measure from is 5.
Sorry.
10 from that.
I should change it next time.
Never been. It's just a datum shift. You measure from
I
mean
tried
low
to tell you.
to mean sea level. I could 4 or 5 foot difference.
When that one started.
I think I might have little speech. It's Washington.
Trying to make money?
No matter what.
Highest it's ever been.
No, that's the wrong question. You figured out.
NGVD
Presenting the whole thing.
Trying to make.
That's part of
That's what I
being a
said.
presenter.
No, you said try.
No, not.
I said, when I retired, I said, I'll
He can go home, feel happy that he did that. Okay, we're going to move ahead. We did the COC,
Yeah,
so we're on the enforcement.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on an enforcement of 80 Cranberry Lane. Unpermitted alteration of vernal pool habitat buffer zone to a vegetative wetland, regrading and vegetative removal, and I think we start with Brittany.
I met with the homeowners on site after I received a report of clearing and grading near a wetland and vernal pool. You can see the vernal pool, which has since been certified by the town since it overlaps onto town property. Unfortunately, we did not get around to notifying the homeowners of its presence, although it has been noted on plans since the 90s as standing water. And so there's this pool in the back of their yard. The area has been regraded for a flat yard lawn, and a small rock wall has been put in. This is the edge of the vernal pool, so the rock wall is at the boundary of the vernal pool closest to their house. But the majority of the vernal pool itself has not been damaged or altered, just in mostly the buffer zone and this edge that the wall is located in. So the majority of the vernal pool is fine, and the alterations have been made to the buffer zone. Here's from their patio. So it's been completely cleared of vegetation. And from this plan, there has been a couple of modifications to the house since it's old, but you can see the yard here. This is a photo from that we submitted with the certification. This stake is actually still in place. This is the property boundary. So we stayed on this side, and you can see there was some large riprap sized stones that did exist on that side of the vernal pool prior, and it did grade up kind of a significant amount to the end of their yard, but it was more vegetated, and there were some trees that were removed. Let's see what else.
How many trees?
I don't know. Not sure. We have some aerial imagery as well showing some of the modifications prior to this is the patio that had gone in. This is just showing the vernal pool. You can see clearly in the spring. This is taken in April, so you can see the standing water clearly in that image. And the vegetation was, significant prior. It's just another angle of the same area with the aerial imagery and the vernal pool in the back. And so the vernal pool in the back of the property, the back portion of the property also fall into the buffer zone of this wetland over here. So it's not just within the new vernal pool resource area that was established in 2023 under our bylaw, but it's also within a wetland buffer, although it is the outer buffer to that wetland. And so with that, I would recommend that the board issue an enforcement order requiring restoration of the disturbed area in what I would imagine is at least the 5-foot buffer to the vernal pool, but up to discussion from the commission. To you, Lynn.
Thank you.
Can you introduce yourself?
Lynn Hamlin, I'm sorry. Then these are the property owners, the Duffys. I just want to point out, and I think that they're very horrified to be having this problem. Number one, they don't like to break rules, and they go out of their way not to break rules. And they've also incurred a lot of expense in doing the work, thinking that they weren't within any resource area or within a buffer zone. And it's unfortunate that the town did not notify them. The vernal pool was certified last year. It says August 2024. Yet some of it's on town property, but these property owners weren't notified. And even on that plan, that's not labeled vernal pool. It's not even labeled open water. It's just a circle.
This was the most clear plan I could find contours, but there was one that was labeled standing water.
Okay, it's when you have a property, I don't know what was the date of that plan, that's 1998. They have a plan that they did in 2020 that Robin Wilcox did typically property owners don't know a vernal pool, they don't know a wetland. It's usually, not throwing surveyors under the bus, but it's usually people like surveyors or myself. If I'm brought to a site, then I identify it. And I went there, and I'm expecting to see things like ferns and rushes and things that are clearly indicative of wetlands, even to a layman. And they don't have it, and it's just trees. There's an oak tree next to a tupelo tree, so it's not obviously able to be identified by a layperson. I didn't even catch the wetland in the back. They would like to restore it. They are very stressed out about this. They would like to put this back. We just hope that you can work them a little bit to try and I think 35 feet's fair. If you show that picture from when you certified the pool, that one there, you can see it's pretty open. And though they didn't build a rock wall, they didn't bring rocks in, that whole area is full of those kind of rocks, and they sort of just pushed them to try to retain that slope. So maybe rather than dismantle a wall, we can break it apart a little bit, because the rocks were all there. Yeah, see, that rock probably is original, the one in the middle. Yeah, I think. So maybe if we can just push them apart and do some planting. Do you aware of trees that came down?
About 6.
6.
Combination of some trees. By the way, my name is Art Duffy, and my wife Tracy. We are, as Lynn said, owners of the property. And the reason we went and had that work done was because the abundance of vines. And if you had a panning up of a photo, you would see the dangling tendrils of now dead vines. A number of those vines literally choked off some trees. They were dead. Some of those trees had snapped in half, others had fallen over and posed a danger, at least the ones that were hanging around and dead or in the dying stages, of falling and hitting us, anyone on our property. So that was the initial impetus for us to clear that. And then when we did that, we noticed some undulating but a somewhat nice area that we thought, let's have someone make that undulation clearer or smoother. The person I hired moved some subsoil sand structure from the front, from the sides, and down into that area to make that a more smooth look you see. So the rocks and the subsoil came from the property. The loam that you see on some of the property, that was imported and brought in just 2 weeks ago, let's say. So as Lynn said again, we moved ahead with the knowledge that this was a property which had a low point and didn't have any idea. I have zero experience and knowledge of wetlands and environmental concerns in that regard, although I appreciate your collective job at keeping these things, like our previous applicant, and whether they comply or not comply. There's a known scenario for them, and you're all aware of that. This was a situation that until Brittany came on our property, we were completely unaware of. Caught somewhat blindsided. And so we're here to see if we can work with you as best we can to make sure that the thing that we also appreciate maintains its integrity, and we can move forward from there. Thank you.
I'm Tracy Duffy. I just want to say this is pretty horrifying to us, and we absolutely never would have touched anything had we known it had any protection outside of just being our backyard.
Okay. And I'm the more emotional one, by the way.
Anybody have any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I think these kinds of mistakes are made sometimes. Very often people come and say they don't know anything and about this, and it's hard to know. It really is. And just from your presentation, I hope we could do everything we can to work with these folks as they requested, so that it isn't, so we can kind of get things back to some sort of equilibrium in terms of that vernal pool and all that kind of thing, and not require them to, do such work that it is incredibly expensive and all the rest of it. So I hope we can come up with some sort of a plan that's reasonable, you know, and palatable in terms of an honest mistake.
I think maybe going forward, and I know Brittany said this, that if you do certify vernal pools, it would be nice to tell the property owners. This one, I guess some of it's on the town property and some of it's on their property. Just send out a letter.
Yeah, this is the only one we had certified 7 that year. All of them came back the same day, August 2024, and none of the other ones are anywhere near private property. So acknowledged, apologies.
You know, there are a lot of things in town like that, where there are things that exist folks don't know. And, you know, a little sign just saying, you know, vernal pool or something. I mean, there's a lot of places that do that kind of thing.
Or even just a letter.
Yeah, so anyway.
I have money for signs. They're coming this fall. TBD.
So what is the suggested rectifying of this?
I'm open to some suggestions from Lynn as to what you were thinking, because I requested restoration of the 35-foot buffer. How would you propose currently to move those rocks?
Well, you can get one of those machines in there. I just would maybe break them up so there's some areas.
Is there any way to easily pull them back a little?
But I mean, break up the wall format of them. Didn't we talk about that?
Yes, so as Lynn said, those rocks were from on the property. Some were somewhat submerged, some were sitting atop. They got moved down to that point. They were downhill. There was a combination of a dingo and a somewhat larger bobcat you saw in the picture there. That particular machine the owner had put the forklift front on it. And as he lifted and moved it, the back of the machine was lifting up in the air. And so they cajoled it, twisted it, rolled it down with gravity downhill. That same machine is not moving those things uphill, the larger ones. The kind of machinery that I expect has to move that would have to come, as in that picture, to the right of that wall. It's the side of our house. There is a front section. This house caught fire as I just started an addition. Discovered in the rebuild that the front foundation to the house is a 10-inch thick wall, which is nice, except there's no footing. And then the back part, which is newer, is 8-inch wall with a footing. A large excavator with a grippling arm in front, which probably would be big enough to grab at least most of those rocks, would pretty high percentage do damage to the foundation of the house. So I have limitations on what to get back there to be able to move, but I think certainly that vehicle or something close to it wouldn't do damage to the foundation. And as Lynn said, suggested, get any and every rock that we can out of there. Let that, I think, you had said, Lynn, that vernal pools should be able to be walked out of, exited in any direction. So
I don't think you need to move everybody out of the way. I think you just need to break it up so that the critters have an opportunity to access the land around it. And I think that maybe pull the grade back a little bit, just get some of that fill out of there, and then seed it to stabilize it. Do that sooner than later, maybe with a native mix. Let me know if you're in agreement, Brittany.
Yeah, can you just say that again? Pull them back a little, break them up.
I mean, just break that.
Break the flat wall. That's what I'm concerned. Is that's a
break
flat
up
wall.
the-
It's like kind of steep. If we can,
Make openings in it.
yeah, make openings, lower it, or regrade a little bit behind
Behind it, yeah.
And so, how deep is this geotextile fabric down there?
it should be to the bottom of those rocks and then probably kicks out a little bit. So as the subsoil came against it, pushes, as you can see, against those rocks. Everywhere there's a rock, there's fabric, landscaping fabric behind it. If that has to come out, then it has to come out. It was done obviously with our thought and the gentleman who did the work, that we didn't want topsoil or subsoil flowing into, we knew was a small lower part of the yard for two reasons. One, we didn't want to fill, we also didn't want to lose all our dirt going in there. When Brittany came over, she also suggested that we put wattles up because the rock wall ends at 2 points on either side. We did that immediately.
Thank you.
We have to also put it in front because we have piles of unprotected soil sitting up there. And there was an anticipated rainstorm the next day,
It didn't really do.
fruition,
Yeah.
but the wattle is put there too so that we didn't seed the Cranberry Lane with topsoil and subsoil.
So I think we should get out as much of the geofabric, if not all of it.
Yeah,
That's
if you
important.
can.
And then just break up the wall format, just so it's opened. And then seed it, pull back as much fill as we can, not to make a bigger slope behind it, but just to try to smooth it out, and then seed it and stabilize it. And then in the spring, I like to see the seeding done this fall, which would be, you can do it now, but you have to water it. And then do maybe some shrub clusters. I think the trees that he took down didn't sound viable, but we could put some trees back. Maybe put 3 trees back. That sound
I think I'd
reasonable?
be open to having you come back with a proposal, or at least submit a proposal for the, I'm sorry, we usually also don't take public comment during enforcement hearings, but it's up to the chairman whether or not after we're finished, he would take, because it's different than like an application hearing.
And since we're resolving this,
I'm sorry, you said suggestions. Those are my suggestions.
Yes,
to
I think
get
it would
rid
be
of-
great if you could, I agree with most of what you said. I'd like to just see it.
Okay.
And if we took down 6 trees, you're saying about half of them were kind of dead.
Cracked, there's one small tree, if you can't catch it there, it's to the right of that photo. It's a relatively small tree. It was indicative of what the trees on the property, that's town property where it is. About halfway up, it's cracked and its top is laying over. We had large trees, which wind disease, whatever it was, the vines have either toppled fully. There was a pine tree that came down in there as well over the years. It lost its needles. Broken trees, some snapped and fell off, so there was a combination of those things. The vines we have vines that run up the sides of the property, and I am cutting them. I have a privet hedge on the side of my property. There are vines growing in those things. They're tenacious. From my definition, it's invasive because it attacks everything.
A lot of poison ivy.
I'm just confused on what, if it's relevant, what is the clearing for on the left? What do you?
He was trying to make a lawn. If you look at the overhead picture, there, see, it's got lawn. So they took out the trees that were the problem, and then he just was trying to smooth it out and make a lawn, make a recreational area.
No, we really wanted to do quite a bit of wildflowers, which are just kind of my thing, I love. And so that was originally part of the plan, and then we thought the land kind of leveled a little bit better than we thought. So we said, maybe we will put some grass and then put bushes and plants. If you were to drive by our house, we love plantings. We've put a lot of new shrubbery and plants in. So our intent was functional and also beautiful.
But I can get you something. We can get a seed mix, just get it stabilized, make it less of a barrier for wildlife. And they're gone now anyway. It's totally dry.
Yeah, I think I'd still recommend issuing at least a draft enforcement order with a 35-foot, and then we can just review the plan. I'd like to see a plan.
Okay. Is that something I can get an old plan and hand sketch so we don't have
need
to
a
involve the
survey.
expense of a surveyor?
I don't need a survey.
Okay.
We can find an old plan.
is
I
that
think
something she can work directly with you, or does she have to come back here?
We work pretty well together.
that's up to you.
Up to me personally?
That's up to
or
the commission.
Commission.
As long as we don't get that client before us, because it's pretty late.
If we come back,
Yes, we want to
Yeah,
get before that.
I knew it was going to be long, not that
This
long.
is one of our longest meetings.
Yes, I would say so.
I'm going to sit through all of that.
That's all right.
I'd be okay with Brittany approving the plan.
Okay.
So why don't we vote?
But I'm also going to request monitoring. Okay.
So why don't we vote to enforce, okay the enforcement order pending Brittany's approval of the plan? Can I hear a motion?
So moved.
So move what you said.
You guys got
Paul and
speed.
Bradford. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right,
We have to sign this, right?
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
patience.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, the next 3 are certificate of
Heard.
compliance, which have no problems from what my
Heard you.
leader said. So I'm going to read them into the record. SE 832435 Grimaldo Ruzzitti. Sorry, what? 2435, thank you. 60 Grandview Drive. SE 83.
Yeah.
We didn't get a notice either. None of the neighbors got a notice.
There's no notice.
Yeah, so we had no idea.
We're all neighbors, so we didn't get a notice in 2000.
No, there was no notice sent out. No.
Thank you.
SE 832459 Alfred Delfino, 15 Webster Road, and SE 832229 Robert and Gina McCullough, 177 River Street. No issues. So can I hear a motion to accept these COCs?
With the applicable ongoing conditions.
Yes, I meant to say that because that's in my note here, and I forgot to.
It's okay.
So moved with applicable ongoing conditions.
Okay, and seconded, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now we get to sign these.
Okay.
So wait, my signature's falling apart.
Okay, one at a time here, okay.
Oops. Two. Here's number 3. And while you're signing now, I'm going to read the next one, continued stormwater management permit application for SW 2025-001. I hope it's Chabua Engineering Group for Ekaterina and Family LLC, 1272, 1276, and 1282 Route 28. Proposed raise and replace of gas station with canopy, convenience store, and residential buildings, including new septic. Ms. Brittany, you have something you want to say?
This went through the peer review process. It has hit compliance for all of our stormwater conditions, so I told them they didn't have to come present, since we don't usually have any discussion after the peer review is complete.
So it's okay to
It's
approve.
all set to
So can I
issue.
hear a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Second? Anybody?
Second.
Second, Pat? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you. Next is business that we don't normally reasonably anticipated, so I have one, and I'll say it quickly, because it is late. The other day, when we were in the car with, looking at site visits, I think it was Paul who asked about ponds. Was it you, Paul?
Ponds?
Ponds, and have we looked at, or was it you, Jack?
I think it was me.
Okay, anyway, so coincidentally, I went to the advisory council meeting that afternoon, and Mark Forrest was there, and he brought up the idea that as for sewage, we need to look at ponds too, and he said there was a study done by, I believe, the Barnstable County Commission, and recommended, and I agree, that maybe we invite them to a meeting along with the advisory council, not have a separate meeting, but invite them to a meeting. So I spoke to Mark, when was I with you? Wednesday, and said, could he arrange for that some in the fall for a 20-minute presentation about our ponds and what they found through the studies. And I just want to know your feelings, if that's something you're okay with.
Sure.
Okay. So I probably get in touch with you, Brittany.
When you say ponds, do you mean like settling ponds for, I'm not sure what you mean by.
I think it's water quality concerns for our freshwater
Nitrogen and
ponds.
phosphorus.
Okay.
Can I ask why the other one was withdrawn?
Yes. They have been going back with Natural Heritage a lot, and they have not come up with an agreement. And they've gone back to the drawing board pretty much, and
Did I interrupt you? I'm sorry. Oh, okay, yeah. So they had.
they need to do additional surveying to ensure the species on site to be managed are present, and if there are any other species they want to manage, that they've noted them. And part of the Ecological Restoration Limited project has to have them complete the natural heritage process prior to filing the NOI, and we did miss that. So them going back and forth with Natural Heritage during our hearing process shouldn't really happen at the same time. So they're withdrawing to finish the Natural Heritage project process and get all of their data to be surely accurate before they come back to us. They are going to come back and refile.
Happens to us a lot, though.
It does, but not for an ecological restoration project. They're supposed to have done it prior.
You have anything new?
I don't. I'm sorry I didn't get the minutes out. We'll get both for next time.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they want to?
How was the party?
I don't know, I wasn't there.
We'll do another in celebration of this long meeting ending.
Let's all go home.
I appreciate your patience tonight, and can we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Let's wait till we get off the air and then.